Some of you Hello, I'm Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to #World Food Day 2024. Thank you for joining us. Today we're bringing you interviews with leading figures from around the world to raise awareness of the importance of food. Food is a fundamental issue to our survival. No food, no peace, which is why we're proud to produce and direct this experience for you. Before we begin, I want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Lamb Weston, Summa Equity and Unilever. We would not be able to make this content without their incredible support, so thank you. And a special thank you to one of our partners, Juntos Ibiza. Thank you also to the Peace One Day team and all the participants that you'll hear from during this broadcast. Thank you also to everyone at home for watching and supporting on social media for what will be an informative, inspirational and engaging event. Your support means everything to us. Please use the hashtag World Food Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed in this broadcast. And without further hesitation, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the host, Fionn Friera. Fionn is a chemistry student, innovator, and Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree. His groundbreaking work to remove microplastics from oceans has earned him international recognition. It's an absolute honour to have Fionn join us today for #World Food Day, and I'm truly grateful for his continued support for many years. Thank you for being here, Fionn, and now over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for introducing us to #World Food Day. I am, for one, thrilled to be here at the Peace One Day studio. Thank you for asking me to host this really cool experience. It's a huge honor, and it's going to be a broadcast full of information, inspiration, and education opportunities as well. So let's get this show on the road. So first of all, our first guest is going to be the Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, Dr. Koo Dong-Yu. We are honored to share a special statement from him to start this show.
Dear friends and farmers, the World Food Day 2024 theme, Right to Food for a Better Life and a Better Future, reminds us that EFA has a huge mission to ensure food security for people every day, everywhere. A better life is more and more dependent on the food diversity from different resources with different origin. Promoting food diversity can improve the protection of biodiversity and cultural diversity. Today, smallholder farmers and family farmers are the backbone to producing enough food and preserving traditional food cultures. We know that around 730 million people are facing hunger due to the global challenges caused by the man-made and natural disasters, based on the 2024 Sofia report led by FAO. And more than 2.8 billion people in the world are unable to afford a healthy diet. There is no time to lose. We must take immediate action. We must act together. This World Food Day let us renew our commitment to build a more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable agri-food system that respects everyone's demands for varied and healthy food. The right to food is a basic human right. Collective action can drive substantial change with global collaboration from all sectors and all partners, and especially the youth, because a food secure future is their right. They design and decide their future. The UN Summit of the Future will be determined by their actions. Science and innovation, including IT, AI, biotechnology, and digital agriculture, among others, will be decisive forces for agri-food system transformation. Together, we can honor our collective pledge to take action for people, planet, and prosperity. And the four betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. Our actions are our future. And our actions must ensure the right to foods for a better life and a better future. Happy World Food Day 2024 and happy April birthday to you all.
Thank you so much to the Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, Dr. Koo Dong-yu, for your thoughtful words and your incredible work at the FAO. For our first interview of the day, we are delighted to welcome the Global Food Sustainability Director at Unilever, Dorothy Shaver, whose knowledge around issues surrounding food is incredible. Let's go to Dorothy now, interviewed by Peace One Day founder, Jeremy Gilly.
Dorothy Shaver, welcome to Hashtag World Food Day.
Thank you. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, and I'm so happy to be the first speaker.
Well, we are too. And of course, a big thank you for Unilever's support of today's broadcast. We couldn't have done it without you. Dorothy, the first thing that I'd like to ask you is, please could you tell us about you and your journey to becoming the Global Food Sustainability Director at Unilever?
Sure. So food has been a really big part of everybody's life, but I have had the privilege of having it be really a huge part of who I am. So when I was quite young, I loved to make the food for our family. My father got diagnosed with heart disease, and we had to change our traditional Italian meatballs that I used to make with my Italian nanny to be turkey meatballs and vegetarian meatballs. Later in life, when I was a teenager, I loved to trick people into eating healthier foods. And at one point, quite some time ago, I actually made a lemon tofu cheesecake, and nobody knew that it was tofu. So I've been involved in food for quite some time. I later went on to become a registered dietitian, and then I worked in Unilever for a while now, 15 years, where I've been across multiple different functions and had the honor to be part of the Knorr team at one point, the marketing team. I worked in research and development on fortification. And then I moved to really focus on the whole food system in my role as leader of sustainability for the Nutrition Business Group, working across all of the brands now and being able to really set the strategy and the way forward on how we really act to make sure that we have a resilient, nutritious, efficient, and inclusive food system.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you. Can I ask you, why is World Food Day so important to you and, of course, to Unilever?
Well, every day should actually be World Food Day. And I'd say that in my life and in my job, it always has been. But I think the incredible thing about World Food Day is that it's across 150 countries and more than 50 languages. And the people and the groups that are involved are across the whole value chain. And a big part of what we do in Unilever is collaboration with governments, with suppliers, with farmers, through our brands, with consumers and with retailers. And a critical part of World Food Day is really that collaboration. And that's what I love about it. It's across multiple sectors, multiple countries, and multiple languages to really bring food up as being one of the most important things in our lives, but also making sure that we are collaborating in order to enable a better food system for all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So what work are Unilever carrying out in relation to the challenges of living in a sustainable world?
Well, I think those of us who work in the space of food, we know that it's a bit of a hero, but it's also a villain, right? It's a hero because food is, if you have the privilege, it's delicious, it's diverse, it's colorful, it's fun. It's a big part of our relationships and it's a big part of who we are. But it's also a villain because it's the cause of more than 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, which is a major cause of climate change. Also, the way that we're growing it is diminishing resources. And as we heard from the FAO leader, there are multiple people that cannot get to healthy food, actually close to 3 billion people. So there are major challenges in the food system, and it's up to all of us who get the privilege to work in food to make sure that we are addressing those challenges. So the pathways are clear. The pathways are more plant-based, more diverse foods that are grown in better ways, that take less resources. So a lot of the work that I'm doing is setting that strategy around what we need to do on climate, nature, and livelihoods, also diet and health, to get to a better food system. So some of the work that I do is in relation to the way that we grow our foods together with our suppliers and our farmers to make sure that we're not just sustaining the land and the resources, but we're actually regenerating it. And we have to do that in collaboration. And as I spoke about earlier, we work very closely with our suppliers and our farmers to do that, to enable us to really work forward to have better ingredients, more resilient ingredients to the damages of climate change. So we know that our food is at risk as a result of climate change. So when we work together with these farmers and our suppliers, we lower the resources that they use. Through water, we improve biodiversity, which is life above and below land. We really secure the roots into the soil, making sure that the soil is healthier. And then we try to utilize the ingredients that take less greenhouse gases. And then we make diverse products for a lot of our brands, such as Hellmann's and Knorr are big power brands. And what we do with those is we utilize our brands to help people eat better for themselves and also for the planet through recipes and inspiration.
Amazing. Thank you, Dorothy. I'd like to ask you, if people want to support the work of Unilever and perhaps find out more about the company's values and purpose, where can they do that?
So the best place for across all of our goals would be at unilever.com/sustainability, where you will see our refocused sustainability ambitions, which are focused on climate, nature, plastics, and livelihoods. And across all of those pillars, we have commitments and ambitions that go into all of our business groups, for which I lead the Nutrition Business Group Sustainability Strategy, where we really work to make sure that we protect and regenerate our resources.
Dorothy, we've got a tiny little bit more time, so I'd love to take the opportunity. Could you talk to us about a couple of case studies in relation to some of the work that you've been doing to manifest a more sustainable and peaceful world? What are you sort of most proud of? What are one of the programs that you've, really been pleased to be a part of?
I'll list a couple. So I've had the privilege of being in Unilever for quite some time. So one program that I'm proud of is our program in Nigeria, where we have fortified the Knorr bouillon cubes with iron and iodine to help eradicate vitamin and mineral deficiency in that area. And together with that, we did a really cool behavior change program where we helped teenagers and people that are really cooking the foods to increase the amount of iron and iodine in their meals. And we did that with a song and a dance, and it was really fun. We worked with the communities to really help them change their behavior, to increase the amount of vitamins and minerals that they were getting, not just through the Knorr products, but also through their stews. So that was a program I'm really proud of. Another one that I'm really involved in right now is in the space of regenerative agriculture. So in southern Spain, we're working together with our suppliers, our tomato suppliers, and also with our farmers, where they have been able to really decrease the amount of water that they're utilizing, understanding the challenges of drought. So they've been able to have a secure supply of tomatoes as a result of the work that we're doing on implementing organic practices on the pesticides and the fertilizers, and through the drip irrigation program. They've even seen more birds and bees in the sky. They've seen more worms underground, and they've been able to have a really healthy, good crop in the face of climate change as a result of this work that we're doing together with them. So those are two on different sides that I'm very proud of, and many in between, of course.
Dorothy, it's absolutely amazing. Your knowledge and wisdom on this issue is absolutely incredible. We are very proud that you've supported #World Food Day today, and thank you so much for that support and sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you, and happy World Food Day to everybody.
Happy World Food Day. And over now to Fionn.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for such inspiring words. And thank you, Unilever, for supporting today's broadcast. We are so incredibly grateful for your support of Peace One Day and #World Food Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every single view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. We're delighted to now welcome the Thematic Chair of Sustainable Foods at Summa Equity and Senior Advisor at Bain Capital, Kees Kruithof. With over 20 years of experience, Kees has been driving force in sustainable food systems. Let's join Jeremy Gilly in welcoming Kees Kruithof to Hashtag World Food Day.
Kees, welcome to Hashtag World Food Day.
Great to be here.
Yeah, incredible to have you with us today. So the first thing I wanted to ask you, Kees, is you've had an incredible career, with lots of huge companies. I'd like you to tell us a little bit of that. And of course, you know a lot about food. So could you tell us about your journey that you've carried out in order to be where you are today?
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. And let me start by thanking you for your leadership, what you do around Peace One Day, and obviously about creating this momentum around Hashtag World Food Day. My journey actually starts where all of our journeys start, and that's with my mother. My mother always said to me, never waste your talent. She's a Calvinistic Dutch lady, and make sure is that you will put your talents at service to society. And now that I have had 30 years of experience in my working life, I must say is that I've come to the conclusion, and I draw 3 circles in my mind. The one is about the world hunger, what is most needed in the world. The second one is my experience and expertise, and the last one is my passion. And if you take these 3 circles, you get into the core of that journey. And actually, if you think about my expertise and experience, I've worked for global businesses, I've created startups, and so all that has always been all around the world in food. The second one is the world's biggest hunger. And so if we think about the challenges around the world, definitely this is one of them is linked to my experience, and that is what is needed to be able to create system change in food. And the last one is basically around my passion. And my passion is business as a force for good. From the thought is that actually performance, relevance, and your contribution to be net positive in society all comes together. So I have employed myself therefore to the mission about creating system change in food, and I have the pleasure to be able to do that through the lens of private equity, of which Summa Equity is definitely a leading one of them.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I, take this opportunity to thank you. And I thank you a lot. But it's amazing that Summa Equity, made this broadcast possible. We certainly wouldn't have been able to do it without you. So thank you to you and all of your incredible teams around the world. Thank you. So look, let's talk about why, enabling a global conversation like this. Summa Equity sponsoring Peace One Day to make this possible. Why is that so important? Why did you want to do that?
Yeah, firstly, we are super proud to be part of this movement. And, it starts from our founder. Our founder, Reiner Ingdahl, he founded Summa Equity 7 years ago. And this has actually become already Europeans' biggest impact investment fund. And it comes from logic to be able to invest in solving global challenges. And the theory of a logic is that the moment is that you have big impact, there's also big return in the total system. And so if you think about the real challenges around the world, whether it is about inequality or whether it is around conflicts and refugees, social challenges around social media and fake news and the likes, of course climate change is one of the big things. And so 4 real big economic systems need to transform systematically. And so whether that's the energy transformation, whether that's the mobility transformation, whether that's the industrial transformation around steel and the concrete, but also that is clearly around the food transformation. And that is why, as part of what we call in Summa Equity, the resource efficiency part, is that we say we want to invest behind really changing a broken food system.
Yeah, let me talk to you a little bit about that in terms of impact. There was a man, Ray Anderson, who coined this phrase, doing well by doing good. I mean, when we see what's happening today in the world, and our hearts go out to those who don't have food and who are suffering across the world, do you have hope because there is, economic opportunity for doing good? Is that, big business changing the way in which it does things, for the better of humanity, and that being financially beneficial? Is that one of the reasons why you have hope?
Absolutely. And so, firstly, I'm an optimist. As Desmond Tutu always says, I'm an optimist because I'm a prisoner of hope. So start with that logic. The second one is, I think the movement around the world is now so big, is that we start to understand, is that the cost of inaction actually is much bigger than the cost of action. And that means is that the economic power start to shift. Take the food system. If you think about the broken food system, over 300 million people go to bed hungry. Over 300 million people are either overfed or obese. 1/3 of the food is being thrown away, and actually almost close to 1/3 of the total greenhouse gases footprint is because of food. And so if you think about that, that also then shows is that, there's a big opportunity to invest. There's a big opportunity to be able to really think about how you create system change. We believe you get system change if 3 C's are shifting. The first one is courageous leadership, absolutely critical. Conscious consumer is the second C, and obviously the true cost in the system needs to be shown. But ultimately, and that is where we come in as Summa Equity as well, is actually conscious capital needs to help to shift the total system.
Amazing. So for those who don't know, can you tell us who Summa Equity is and its role in changing a broken system?
Yeah, as I said, Summa Equity is the biggest European impact investment fund, and we are talking and we are passionate about investing behind solving global challenges. For food, we have identified 5 investment themes, and those are basically, really going from an animal-based food to a plant-based food system. As we know, one of the big issues around food is all around the first point, and that is deforestation because of an animal food system. The second part is all around organic food. And, the second real driver of an issue which we have is around fertilizers and herbicides and pesticides. That's why our soil is so degraded, and therefore to be able to rejuvenate and regenerate the soil, this is important to be able to go to an organic food system. The third one is about local food, and we all know is that the global supply chains are broken, and therefore this is something which we need to get a new and a better balance between how and where we produce our food. Obviously, we need to make sure that we distribute our food better, especially around food waste, and ultimately, affordable, good food, and that is functional wellness needs to come in. So these are 5 areas of investment which we have defined as Summa. And again, it comes from a logic is that great impact and net positive companies also create better returns.
Yeah. It's really exciting, isn't it? You've had an incredible career, Case, and what really excites me is that there's people like you thinking in the way that you are in terms of impact investing, which is what Summa Equity is all about, for the benefit of humanity and, of course, for the benefit of those people who make that investment. What a day job, right?
Right. Exactly.
You must love it.
Yeah, it's the best thing. It goes back to my mother. If you really put your talents at service of society, that's the way to do. And once sustainability is really sustainable, if actually it has positive impact, but also it's economically sustainable. So that is the holistic part of what sustainability is all about.
Yeah, you're a good friend of Paul Polman's, and we're going to hear from him later. But this is, one of the things that we're going to hear him talk about is amazing things are happening. I guess the question is it happening fast enough? Because there's no doubt about it, when you watch a show like this and everybody listens to the amazing people, you're going to hear from unbelievable people doing incredible things. What can we do to speed everything up? And can that part change?
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely. We're all very, very impatient because we know how big the challenge is, we know how big the need is. We also see is that there's great momentum coming. And again, if we think about, the capital market, you see great movement in terms of, real capital starts to shift behind impact investment and behind, net positive companies. And we have just done a great investment again as an example in Croatia in a company called Nutrus. And this is a great example where you really shift from an animal to a plant-based food system. Let me explain a little bit, the background of this. Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers of America, he always said one of the big things you can do to a society is to introduce a new crop to a country or to a society. And that is actually what this company did, called Nutrus. They introduced the fava bean into Croatia as a country. And the EU Green Deal supports that highly, because if you do more and crop rotation, and if that is also a vegetable, you get more subsidies, and you get subsidies out of the EU Green Deal. And so here you have a new crop with over 600 farmers, in which actually we introduced also regenerative farming, over 1,000 hectares in regenerative farming. Then we add to that system, we add a breakthrough patented next generation technology, which actually means is that this fava bean is being split not in 3 but in 4 ingredients, pure ingredients in terms of 2 protein, fiber and starch. And that actually product you can put into products like a protein bar or protein shakes or in protein pasta or all kinds of consumer products where the consumer has realized, and there the conscious consumer comes in, is that the consumer has realized how important that protein is for their system. And if you shift that from basically a whey product into a plant-based product like fava, you really get this shift. And so these are real examples of something where the total system benefits, because it goes all the way from farmers, it gets regenerative soil back in, because the fava takes the nutrients and put the carbon back into the soil, and actually it also creates the human health. And we often talk about One Health. We talk about how the gut is related to what the soil health is all about. And that is when real system change has the ability to come. And that is also where, investment helps to be able to scale these for bigger impact.
So listen, lastly, Kees, I just want to ask about the individual. So we've got someone at home, we've got 2 minutes left. We've got somebody at home who's thinking, okay, look, that's really inspiring. What can we do at home? I mean, like...
Of course.
What can we do?
The good thing about food is that every human actually has food, or hopefully we need every human to have food, by the way. But many obviously are around the world to make a choice, plate by plate, for every meal you can make a choice. And so whether you change your food system into a sustainable food system, away from animal to plant-based, towards organic, and those type of choices is there. And the good thing about fast-moving consumer goods, the good thing about the food market, is that actually the multiplier creates a huge impact. So 8 billion people changing 1 meal a day different, or every week one, or every month one, the multiplier makes a huge impact. And that is to hashtag World Food Day. And that's why we all can help to change this into a better world.
Yeah, it's an amazing case. It's wonderful to hear you speak, and actually going through a journey like this and producing an experience like this, the differences that I've started to make in my own life around trying not to waste the stuff in the fridge, eating less meat, and I feel really good about it, so thank you for the things that you've shared with us today. Again, thank you to Summa Equity, Kees. I'm honestly, genuinely, how grateful I am, mate. We couldn't put this constructive narrative out into the world to inform, inspire and engage people towards action that's measurable if people like you didn't back us. Thank you so much, Kees, for today. Yeah,
thanks for doing this.
All right, let's go back to Fionn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kees Kruithof, for sharing your inspiring words, and Summa Equity for sponsoring today's broadcast. We are so grateful for your support of hashtag World Food Day and Peace One Day. We're excited to introduce our next guest, Louis Schwartzberg, an acclaimed producer and director. He's done incredible work and produced some amazing films such as my personal favorite, Fantastic Fungi. Please join me in welcoming the brilliant Louis Schwartzberg.
Louis, welcome to World Food Day.
Great to be with you, Jeremy.
So Louis, the first thing that I want to ask is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
I love to take people on journeys through time and scale with my films, making the invisible visible. It's a gateway into nature's intelligence. It's been my passion. I think it's a way to shift consciousness by letting people observe the magic of nature. So whether it's a pollinator, on a flower, or a redwood tree, slow motion hummingbird, it's really important to look at life from a different point of view, culturally, spiritually, biologically, and that's what I try to do.
Incredible, absolutely amazing. And your films are wonderful. So congratulations on everything that you do to inform, inspire, and engage people around the issues of nature. But I want to ask you, why is World Food Day so important to you?
Well, it's important because without food, we wouldn't be here, number one. And it's what sustains life. And that's why I do films like Wings of Life was a film about pollinators. And we all know about the issue of colony collapse disorder. If the bees go, we go. So here is this beautiful, beautiful love story that feeds the earth, this intersection between the animal world and the plant world, where pollination occurs. And most people don't understand where their food comes from. But without the pollination of, that bee landing on the flower and, moving the pollen so that a fruit, a nut, a vegetable can grow, well, we don't get the healthy food we need, because only plants can take light energy from the sun and turn it into food, fuel, medicine, shelter. And that intersection is what is called in, I think, science, a keystone event. I would say it's a spiritual transformational event as well.
I'd love you to talk about Fantastic Fungi. Just tell us all about that, please.
Well, with Fantastic Fungi, I made that film after Wings of Life, which again, you can watch it on Disney Plus, with Meryl Streep being the voice, seducing the flowers, being the voice of the flowers, seducing the pollinators to come get her. And but then you go, well, shit, man, what do plants need? They need soil. Where does soil come from? I guarantee you, most college-educated people don't know the answer. Soil comes from fungi. Fungi can break down organic matter. They recycle organic matter for plants to grow, to get the basic nutrients. So that becomes perhaps another deeper journey for me on what is the foundation of life. So I made Fantastic Fungi, certainly with that in mind. But in addition, I learned the fact that it's also the greatest natural solution for climate change. It can sequester 70% of the CO2 that goes into a plant is stored underground in the mycelial network. And also it can shift your consciousness. We see great studies now with psychedelics being able to treat mental disorders and mental wellness. So, the most important takeaway I got from that movie was the mycelial network is a shared underground economy where nutrients are shared without greed for ecosystems to flourish. That needs to be our model for survival. We need to take that wisdom from below the ground, above the ground.
Incredible. Inspirational. It's amazing listening to you speak.
Well, and the good news is, it catalyzed the movement. I mean, over 40 million people watched it on Netflix. It just came off Netflix. I'm trying to figure out where it's going to go next. But it's available on Apple TV, Roku, as a VOD. Also available on my own channel called Moving Art. And that's a channel you can get on your, devices, all devices. So, and it's in theaters again. So we want people to come together in real time. We want people to be in community, to be able to, share, all the people that are into foraging, spirituality, science, permaculture, food, chefs. We all need to come together because I think we all have overlapping shared values.
I mean, you talked a little bit about it in this interview today, but can you tell me what's the most pressing issue do you feel humanity faces in relation to food?
Well, the most pressing issue probably is the fact that the pollinators are being destroyed from a number of different reasons. Colony collapse disorder with the bees has a lot to do with pesticides, has a lot to do with, losing their habitat. We just ship them from one industrial agricultural plantation to another. It's not healthy for bees to be alive, and we've sort of enslaved them into these bee colonies. Without the bees, there's no food. And then again, what's even more important on the basic level, as I said earlier, without the fungi, there is no soil. And how do we protect the fungi? Same thing. No pesticides, no till agriculture. We need permaculture, organic farming practices in order to maintain this miracle of life, where you can take light energy from the sun, right? Trap it into the soil, let plants absorb it, so it becomes the nutrition that keeps animals alive.
And can individuals at home or wherever they are in the world, can we help? I mean,
plant a pollinator-friendly garden. Grow your own food. Anybody can grow a tomato plant. Learn where your food comes from. Stop using pesticides and let things rot in your garden. Don't break up all those leaves. Let things break down into the soil. Those are all things we can all do. That's a very simple thing to do. And teach your children how to grow their own food. We've lost our connection to where our food comes from. And you will only protect what you love. If you think that, apples and oranges and, vegetables come from in a shrink wrap piece of plastic at the supermarket, it's a very warped point of view. You need to be able to learn that it comes from the ground. It needs to be nurtured, needs water, needs sunlight, needs pollinators. Figure it out. I mean, indigenous people for, hundreds of thousands of years had to figure it out. And we've lost our connection to nature. And that's, I think, our greatest problem is nature deficit disorder.
Lastly, and I wish we could talk all day, but lastly, if people want to support you and your work, how can they do that?
They can view our videos, which is, by the way, free on the Moving Art channel, which just go to movingart.com and you can find it. And I'm making my next film called Hidden Beauty, which is I think beauty is the energy that motivates all behavior. So hiddenbeautymovie.com is a great place to go if you can support our effort. It's, we take tax deductible donations to help us make our next movie.
I really wish you the very best with everything that you're doing. It's inspirational to hear your words. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy, and good luck with what you're doing today.
Thank you, Louis, for all the incredible work that you do. It's so inspiring. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every single view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. Next, we are honored to share this special statement from the Deputy Director of the Rural Transformation and Gender Equality Division at the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, Lauren Phillips. We are so grateful for her support here today. Let's hear from the inspiring Lauren Phillips.
Could you tell us about yourself and your journey to becoming Deputy Director at FAO's Inclusive Rural Transformation and Gender Equality Division?
Yes, I'm a political economist by training, and I've always been very interested in issues of development, inequality, poverty. And so I came to FAO through work in other international organizations, but also work in academia as a researcher looking at those areas and work in NGOs and the private sector, actually. I'm really happy to be at FAO because of the amount of attention that we put on poverty and inequality in rural areas. And that's given a lot of interesting opportunities to work with communities on the ground.
Why is World Food Day so important?
World Food Day is often known as FAO's birthday, and it was in fact established to commemorate the creation of FAO. But over the years, it's become more than that. So it's become an opportunity to focus the world's attention on hunger, food insecurity, and pressing problems related to poverty and inequality and access and accessibility of food. And it offers an opportunity for many different types of events, for engagement globally with communities in capitals, in rural areas, and it provides an exciting opportunity for us to focus on a theme, which this year is the right to foods.
Could you explain to us the importance of right to food?
Yes, the right to food is a fundamental human right, and it's a very important cornerstone for ensuring a peaceful and sustainable developed world. It's enshrined in international law, and it means that all states have an obligation to progressively help to realize the right to food. That means that they need to make sure that food is accessible, available, safe, and nutritious for all people in society. That includes through making sure foods are culturally appropriate, but also that people have adequate livelihoods to be able to purchase food, and there's functional markets to make that happen. It's very important to ensure that we narrow inequalities so that everyone has access to adequate food, and that helps ensure that the right is progressively met in all states.
What does FAO believe are the most important issues we face surrounding food?
We are facing a major crisis in the world in terms of hunger and food insecurity, and the right to food is not being met everywhere for all people, unfortunately. I would say that there's three things that we're particularly concerned about: how inequality in socioeconomic and environmental inequalities are driving lack of access to the right to food. So the first I would focus on is gender inequalities. So women are facing higher levels of food insecurity in all regions globally compared to men. And that's because they have social norms which may discriminate against their access to the assets and resources they need to produce their own food, or to have enough money to buy it in markets, or even to go out and find safe and healthy foods. And so addressing those kinds of constraints are really important, whether they be on the norm side or when they be physical assets and resources. Another thing is, of course, conflict and war. The presence of conflict and wars globally, and it drives food insecurity and leads to crises of food, which means that protecting the right to food in conflict situations is particularly important for the institution. And the third thing that I would say is that there is an increasing concentration of market actors that's driving inequality in food access. And so the right to food is also being undermined by food systems which are not genuinely inclusive and allow for transformation for all people to have the progressive right to food.
How can people find out more and support FAO's work, and especially in gender?
You can find out lots of information by looking at FAO's website, and you can see their campaigns that we're running, whether those are about gender or whether they're about the right to food, and you can see more information about the World Food Day. People can also get involved in their own communities. There's opportunities to organize events, to participate in dialogues on food systems transformation, and all of those opportunities raise the opportunity for people to know more about what drives the lack of access to right to food and the kinds of inequalities that I mentioned.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Lauren, for such moving words. We are so incredibly grateful for your support. Now, I'm honored to introduce our next guest, one of today's sponsors, the President International of Lamb Weston, Mark Schroeder. Lamb Weston is the global industry leader in innovative, high-quality frozen potato products, which I love since I'm Irish, and Mark has been a huge supporter of Peace One Day, and we are so thankful. So please join me in welcoming Mark Schroeder to hashtag World Food Day 2024, being interviewed by Peace One Day founder, Jeremy Gilly.
Mark, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Jeremy, good to see you, man. Good to be here.
So Mark, listen, obviously, firstly, I want to say thank you for all the support you've actually given us for many years. It's incredible to have Lamb Weston behind hashtag World Food Day. And you know perfectly well that we just couldn't do this if it wasn't for you and the wonderful teams at Lamb Weston's support. So thank you.
Can I just say how excited I am to be here? I mean, you have been such a great, innovator in this whole space of looking at the issue of food, but also peace. I mean, I'm always amazed and excited to see whatever you're doing in this world actually to contribute. And the issue of food and hunger in the world is massive. It's so significant, and I think that having a day spent fully on this and having this show is absolutely amazing. So thank you for that.
Cool. Thank you, Mark. Listen, the first thing I wanted to ask you is to talk about yourself and your journey to becoming President International at Lamb Weston. Tell us about what's been happening in the last few years.
All my career I've been working in food, and I just love the fact, the whole process from plan to plate, and in so many brands that I've worked in. So, Lay's, for example, so with PepsiCo, which is Walkers in the UK, Tropicana, Quaker, I've been in so many fields around the world, actually looking at crops and actually bringing those to our consumers. That whole process is just fantastic, and it actually brought me around the world in so many ways. I've lived in Russia, the US, in Switzerland, but finally now it was time for me to go back to the Netherlands, where I'm from, also to bring the family back home, because that in the end is the most important. So, I am back in the Netherlands, and it brought me to Lamb Weston. And Lamb Weston is a company that I had not heard about before, but it is a leading processor of food products or potato products, and it is amazing. The company is all about the power of potato, very familiar kind of culture, and the opportunity for this industry is amazing, because it is still very much focused on the Western world, while actually in many parts of the world you can grow potato and bring great potato products to our consumers around the world. Yeah.
Incredible. So what is, in your view, the greatest issue we face in relation to the global food crisis?
Well, when we talked about this before, almost 3 billion people experience hunger, and that is just an amazing amount of people, and especially, of course, in parts of the world where the population is growing very fast. So that in itself is a big issue. But then on the other hand, also there's the food security issue. Climate change, conflict, regulations that are happening, and making it more difficult to actually grow food. That all together is giving us a massive challenge, I would say, for everybody to be more aware about and to contribute to.
Yeah. Can you talk to me and explain how Lamb Weston contributes to a better food future?
So we like to say that we bring, we bring the world together with our fries. And of course that is all about our consumers around the table, smiles that it actually brings to people to be together and love a portion of fries together and share that. But it is more than that. It is about that ecosystem that we have. There's our growers, of course, that we work with, and that we work very closely together with, to see how we can improve yields. How can we do a better job of actually growing potato in a sustainable manner? But then also how we work with our customers, how we work with our other partners, how we continue to also make sure that the planet becomes a better place, as we grow food. And I think that is something that for us is the key in everything that we do. The scarcity of resources that we need to alleviate, that is our responsibility. So everything that we do in terms of how we grow, how we produce, and how we deliver our products has to be done in the most sustainable manner.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about sharing how Lamb Weston is specifically maximising the potato's potential in sustainable food production.
Well, let me first say that the potato is an amazing crop, and it is something that probably is the most people don't even think about it. No, the potato is a crop that is the most actually provides the most nutrients in terms of the square meter that you grow it from, much more than other crops in that sense, and also uses much less water, so 5 times less than rice, for example. And the potato, you can use every part of it. You can eat it all. So for us, this is very important to grow it sustainably, but also every potato that comes out of the ground, how do you bring that to our consumers? All of it. So no waste. Making sure that every potato comes to your plate, and that is something that we care about a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing because we're actually going to see a film about Lamb Weston, in the field, as it were, literally.
Very excited to show that actually, because it actually gives a much better view of how that all is done, because you don't really realize that when you have a portion of fries on your plate, what is actually needed to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a massive consumption of French fries. I mean, I just love them, and it is really fascinating. I mean, I made that film for you out there in the field, and I found it absolutely fascinating when you talk about potato being the crop that it is, a sustainable crop, with all of the benefits in relation to growing and using less water. It is actually, when we think about the future and food, going to be one of the key ingredients
Absolutely.
to a sustainable world, isn't it?
It is part of a solution, let's say, that we will have, let's say, to bring food to everyone around the globe. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah. Fantastic. How is Lamb Weston responding to the growing consumer demand for healthier and more sustainable food options?
Well, I think that especially in the Western world, of course, consumers are looking for healthier, more sustainable options. So that is a key also for our innovation. So what we'd like to talk about is sustainable potato enjoyment. So sustainable means many things. I mean, but first of all, it's about how you grow potato. And again, that is a science in itself. So making sure that we have less water in terms of how we grow. So going to drip systems rather than spraying water around fields, for example. But actually working with our farmers to get better yields from the fields as well. Secondly, the products themselves can also be more sustainable because when you give a product with the skin, for example, the potato peel, that sounds small, but actually it makes sure that you don't have as much waste. So it is a more authentic product, it gives you more nutrients, and also provides less waste. So that is again another way of being more sustainable. But all in all, it is all about also the enjoyment. And how do you make sure that the enjoyment for the consumer is in the best way? And then by doing that, in terms of products that actually are more fit for air fryers, you can also make sure that in that sense people have a better, healthier experience. So there's a lot of ways for us to innovate and to make our products better for consumers, and in that sense also meet the demands of those consumers.
Well, Mark, it's been amazing to speak with you today, and I know that we're going to move to Fionn quite soon. So that will be, going to him. But I want to just finally ask you, can you please talk to me a little bit about the role of the individual? I mean, what can we do at home? How can we contribute and make a difference?
Well, I think embracing the potato and the potato positivity all around that is a big thing, because again, it is a crop that actually can help a lot in the world to bring better choices for consumers, but also it is a vegan, gluten-free, and in that sense also a product or a crop that can make a real difference in this world. But again, I would love also for people to understand better how this is all done, and the film that you're about to see from the team that we have in Europe will also be a great introduction to the potato positivity for everybody.
Mark, thank you so much for your time today. We're going to go over to Fionn now, but thank you for your support of #World Food Day. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. All right.
Cheers.
The power of the potato and potato positivity are definitely part of my new language. Thank you, Mark, for all your support, and I'm delighted to show a short film from our wonderful sponsor, Lamb Weston. Let's take a closer look at how Lamb Weston is bringing these ideas to life, helping to feed the world in a responsible, sustainable way.
Well, the contribution of Lamb Weston in feeding the world in a responsible way, and also the role of the potato in that, is that Lamb Weston is actually a company which already exists for 75 years. And within the potato processing industry, it has always been a leading company. And innovation is very important, progress is very important for Lamb Weston. And I think that also shows in the purpose which the company has, because the purpose is all about bringing the world together with its fries. And when you look at that purpose, you can look at it from different angles. So there is for sure, of course, the consumer. And think of fries, think of potatoes, and then the fries we make out of that. People are coming together. They are enjoying fries. There's always smiles on the faces. You're together with your loved ones, with your family. So for us, it's really important that we bring the consumers together and that we make them enjoy the indulgence of our fries. There's also an angle of actually the demand and the supply side. So when we talk about our customers, but also about our growers. And what we find really important there is it's actually about a sustainable chain. We like to work with people for a very long time because we believe that if we work for a longer period together, we are better equipped together to mitigate risks. Risks about climate, risk about legislation, risk about maybe diseases which can hit the plants. So the fact that we are working multi-generational already together with our farmers, for instance, is really important for us. Similar actually to our customers, because we have a lot of customers whom we work already for a very, very long time. So another angle to look at it is actually all the other stakeholders we are working for and working with. And there I would think mainly about this really nice vegetable, the potato. And the potato, when you look at it, it looks relatively simple, but it's not that simple. There's a lot of work going into this nice vegetable in order to create those indulgent fries which we have as Lamb Weston. But this potato is actually, when you look at the nutritional value, one of the best crops you can have. Also, when you look at sustainability, and then I take one example, for instance, water usage, it's super efficient. So although it looks very simple, it's a quite complex vegetable where we use it with all our, let's say, love to create indulging products out of it. And that's actually where all our team members are also proud of. We talk about it internally like it's sustainable potato enjoyment. So always it will be about enjoyment, it will always be about taste, but we do it in a sustainable way. And sustainable already says it, being able to sustain it for a very long time and making sure that throughout the chain, everybody can profit in the sense that it's bringing money, but it's also bringing indulgence. So that's actually what we stand for at Lamb Weston. Our purpose is bringing the world together with our fries. And the gift, which we talk about internally, is sustainable potato enjoyment, full with this nice potato.
There is a difference between sustainable and regenerative agriculture, and I will explain you why. Let's start with regenerative. Regenerative is all about soil health, keeping your soil healthy and regenerate the energy of the soil, and that gives it back to the potato. Sustainable agriculture is bigger than that. It is the health of your soil, it is biodiversity, but it is also the relation with our growers, so long-term relations, financial sustainability, succession planning, etc. So it is bigger than only regenerative. Regenerative is just a piece of the jigsaw of sustainability. And why is it important to feed the world? If we are not prudent with our resources, we do not have potatoes anymore in 20 years or in 50 years, or we do not have growers anymore. So it is important to invest in sustainability.
I'm a third generation farmer. We've been growing for Lamb Weston since 2007. And the great thing is that I'm standing in a field of innovator with my nephew, who's a fourth generation. So the future looks good, and that's what it's all about.
And yeah, adding to the future and what we're doing and what we're bringing is, with the whole approach of less is more, trying to look after the soils. And a big part of that is introducing on the land we can non-destoning and a direct planting system, which, and then more on sustainability is our relationship with our customer. I want to be able to continue the relationship with Lamb Weston along James has done for the last 20 odd years, and yeah, it's all part of the bigger picture thinking.
Yeah, look, it's fundamental. We've survived 30 plus years of potato production. We need to continue. It's really come off the radar this last 5 years, the whole sustainable piece, and it's something which I've learned a lot and continue learning how best practice, how we improve what we're growing, quality and quantity to supply lamb. So it's very important to myself And the great thing is Tom's now taken the role on to secure that and look longer term for our business.
Just to add to that, the only way to keep supplying good quality potatoes to our customer, then on to consumers, and the only way to do that is be sustainable. If we take all the life out of this soil, there's going to be no food for the future, as simple as that.
At Lamb Weston, reducing food waste actually starts with utilizing the whole potatoes. So we have the long ones, the middle ones, the small ones. We use them all. The long ones are turned into French fries. The middle ones are turned into beautiful shapes like twister fries, Criscut fries. And the small ones, we don't waste. We make potato wedges out of it. And what do we do next? What we try is to nudge our customers to buying more skin-on fries. Why is that so important? The skin has a few benefits. The skin also leaves more taste on the fries. It enhances the natural potato taste. It also contains fiber and a little bit more vitamins and minerals, so it's all benefits. But the beauty is that 7% normally is lost by peeling the potato, so we lose 7% less of the potato by turning them into skin-on fries. Second example I would like to give is that what happens to these peels? So because everything from the potato that is not used as food, fries or potato flakes, feed to feed farm animals or bio-based materials, that is food waste. So in these three, we first try to sell as much as possible as food product, as fries, dehydrated potato flakes. The peels we sell to animal feed. The third example I would like to mention is used cooking oil. So the used cooking oil is used as biodiesel to run trucks on, but the most beautiful example we have is that we just launched Lamb Weston branded fries in the UK retail, packed in a sustainable bag, made out of 60% bio-circular material, made from used cooking oil. So how cool is that?
What an insightful film. Thank you, Lamb Weston, for your support of today's broadcast. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this podcast right now, broadcast, and share the link with them. Every single view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on all our upcoming experiences. Next, we're excited to introduce Alfred Grand, a leader in organic regenerative farming and founder of Grand Farm for Research and Demonstration. Let's hear from the wonderful Alfred Grand.
Alfred, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Hi, Jeremy. Hello. How are you?
Very well indeed. Alfred, the first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, my name is Alfred. I'm an organic farmer and entrepreneur from Austria in Europe. And my journey started as a conventional farmer. And about 25 years ago, I started to get interested in composting and later on in vermicomposting, which is composting with the help of earthworms. And what we did from there on is that we started to work with scientists. And this cooperation with the scientists kept going till this day, and hopefully also even more in the future. And what we developed out of there is, I always say I'm trained by earthworms. So I didn't attend any university, but still the earthworms, the work with the earthworms, they brought me into science. They brought me to work with the scientists. And what we are doing now is that we have an arable field farm, about 90 hectares, 40 kilometers northwest of Vienna. And we produce food, and I focus on food. I say food because we don't like to produce livestock fodder. We don't produce any fibers. We don't produce any energy. So we really focus on food production. But at the same time, we are a research and demonstration farm. So we do a lot of research activity together with scientists from all over Europe and some even from North America. And we do a lot of demonstration work because what we want to do is we want to find future-proof food production systems, establish them on the farm, evaluate, adapt them together with the scientists, and then demonstrate it to the different stakeholders.
To those who might need a little bit more support understanding what you've just spoken about, because it sounds incredible. In layman's terms, what are you actually demonstrating to others?
So, well, I talked about future-proof food production systems, and one of these is market gardening. Market gardening is growing a diverse range of vegetables on small land by hand. It's also called a bio-intensive method. So you grow a lot of food for the region, for the community in the region. And this is what we demonstrate to people, to stakeholders. And these stakeholders, this can be children from a nursery, from kindergarten, but also students, scientists, political decision makers, or just citizens.
Amazing. So you are teaching us and many others and demonstrating to people wonderful ways for us to be able to grow food in an appropriate way that doesn't damage our planet.
Exactly. So this is what we understand as a future-proof food production system. Producing food while at the same time mitigating climate change. Producing food while at the same time adapting to climate change. Producing food at the same time stopping the loss of biodiversity, regenerating the soil, keeping the water body clean, keeping the air clean. So this is what we understand as a future-proof food production system. And market gardening is such a thing.
Wow, amazing. How exciting. I'm glad you sort of explained that to me to help me really understand. I'm sure there's others who will appreciate your further explanation. And I know that when we get to the end of this interview, you can tell us where we can come for more information about your amazing work. And thank goodness you're doing it. So congratulations. It's really inspiring hearing you. So look, why is World Food Day important to you?
Well, I'm a farmer. I produce food. But I'm also a citizen, so I consume food. So food is really important for me. As you see, I'm fed very well, but food is not only important for me as a food producer, as a farmer, but it's important to everyone who is still living. So we all live from food. It's the energy that it provides to us, and what we really need to do is we have to make sure that our children, our families, our communities have safe food without pesticides, food without contamination, food which is nutritious, which is high in nutrition and safe and secure. So it must be available to people. And this is the problem that we face, is that we have a lot of challenges. We have the planetary boundaries. We are aiming for the SDGs to make sure that everyone on the planet has enough food and has good food in high quality. And therefore, food is important to everyone.
What do you think in relation to the issues of food? What do you think is the most pressing issue that humanity faces in relation to food production?
Wow, there are many, unfortunately. So one is food availability. Not everyone on the planet has the availability of food at every time. And then food quality. So we already thought about contamination, pesticide residues, heavy metal content, whatever. So food safety, food securities are huge topics. But nowadays also the nutrition quality of food. So, because what we try to do is I come from the soil. I'm an earthworm guy. So a healthy soil produces healthy plants, and healthy plants produce healthy food. Healthy food produces healthy people, and healthy people, hopefully a healthy planet. So at the end, everything relates to soil, to a healthy soil. And I think this is the most pressing issue, to make sure that we have healthy soil all over the world. And we are starting in Europe now with the mission soil, and I was a part of the first mission board to create the mission soil, and now I'm even an ambassador for the mission soil. And so soil is really important to have good food and high quality.
So tell us about the Lighthouse Farm project. The name seems probably quite obvious. A lighthouse sending out light to those and information to inform, inspire, and engage them towards the amazing journey that you're on. I'd imagine that's why you chose the name. But tell us about the actual farm project. What are you really doing, and how can we find out more?
Yeah, the Lighthouse Farm project, it's the global network of Lighthouse Farm. It was initiated by Wageningen University. The Farming System Ecology Institute initiated the idea and said, we want to have farms that stand out, farms that are already in the future. And I was blessed to be one of the rare lighthouse farms. So we are 13 in total on the whole planet. They reach from Indonesia to Egypt, to Cuba, to Finland, to Spain, and we are the one in Austria, to the Netherlands, and so on. And the global network of Lighthouse Farm is really working on the systemic approach of food production. And we try to be ahead. We try to show the way in a way. And one thing that we did, or what the global network of Lighthouse Farms did, is that created a so-called Lighthouse Farm Academy. It's a hybrid training program where people can go online and have an online session, and then even can go for a 1-week session on a farm. And we just had such a session with the topic of soil health here in Austria last week, and it was amazing.
Wow, that is incredible. So people go to the lighthousefarmproject.com. I mean, what's the website?
Just Google Lighthouse Farm Academy and maybe add Wageningen University or Wageningen Academy on top, and then I'm sure you will find it.
Okay, that is incredible. Listen, before you go, it's been amazing speaking to you. Is there a favorite book that you've read on the issue of soil or food that's been a real inspiration for you?
Well, one that I read, it's already quite some years ago, but it was a mind-blowing, eye-opening book for me, because it was also very easy to read, because I'm not a native speaker, so English is still difficult to read sometimes, especially when it goes a bit in the scientific direction. But it's called Teeming with Microbes. So this is a real nice book, easy to read, easy to follow, and still very good quality.
Amazing. Well, thank you for that lovely recommendation. Listen, Alfred, we wish you the very best with the Lighthouse Farm Academy. It sounds absolutely incredible. And how wonderful that people can go online, do a course, or in fact, even maybe spend a week at a farm. But thank you for being a part of World Food Day. And we wish you the very best on your incredible journey. Good luck.
Thanks, Jeremy, and good luck with the session. Bye-bye.
Fantastic. Thank you, Alfred, for your inspiring words and for being part of the World Food Day. We are so grateful for your support, and we wish you the very best in your future work. Now, we're thrilled to introduce Hervé Vis, a world-renowned molecular gastronomist and chemist. I'm super excited for this one.
Hervé, welcome to World Food Day.
Very important day, huh?
Very important, Hervé, and you know how important it is. So tell us, please, about yourself and your journey.
About myself, first I'm a chemist. Indeed a physical chemist, but chemistry is wonderful. Now I'm upset because I'm not sure that the public knows enough about chemistry. And indeed, it's important for making food, because when you cook food, for example, imagine that you have a piece of meat you eat in your frying pan and it turns brown. So there is a molecular transformation. And what I'm saying for decades is that if you understand that, you can cook better, which means that you can eat better. So this is trivial, but there are many other examples. For example, some countries are starving in spite of the fact they have plants around. And a plant tissue is mostly water, polysaccharides, and for some plants, they contain also some proteins, which are nutriments. So when you are starving and you have plants, it's a question of knowledge. It's not a question of food in a way. You could extract all the nutrients, the important compounds from the plant tissue. And the study of the phenomena occurring during culinary transformation has been called molecular and physical gastronomy. So it's a scientific activity. It is chemistry and physics, let's say. And this knowledge is important because it leads us to a new dimension about food. So we don't think about food the same way if we have the knowledge of chemistry or not. So this is very important. And this is what I discovered with my old friend Nicolas Curti for me, it was 1980, the 23rd of March, 1980. I was cooking and suddenly I discovered that the old way, the traditional way of cooking is very bad. It's bad from the energy point of view. It's bad from the sustainability point of view. It's bad in many regards. And we can cook differently, which means that we can eat differently. So it was a development of molecular gastronomy. And since 1994 now, I have a new idea, which is we can make food using pure compounds. Pure compounds are, for example, water. This is a pure compound. Or oil, they are triglycerides. Or proteins, you see, these are proteins. 2016 was the International Year of Pulses. And why? Because pulses produce protein. And you know, the human body is made of 70% water, 27 proteins, and 10% fat, depending on the weight of people. So you see, these three ingredients, these three compounds are very important, but now we know that we could design a new dish using these compounds and other. And then we make synthetic food, what I call node by node cooking.
Absolutely incredible. So this is the sort of the revelation that you've made through your career. So, I mean, how realistic, how real is it for us to be able to create the food that you've just described? Is that a real option for us?
Yeah, it's very easy. Now we are organizing the 13th international contest for node by node cooking. There are students participating every year. They make wonderful dishes. The jury are chefs, but the students are participating. The youngest competitor was 12 years old, you see? So this kind of cooking is not a question of ingredients or toxicity, or it's only a question of, are we able to think, are we able to admit it? And this is very important because, as I told you, 2016 was the World Pulses Year, because pulses are important, because when you have pulses, first they are plants, then you can extract from pulses the starch. The starch means flour, let's say. Then you can extract the protein. And when you have a leftover, and this leftover, you give it to insects. And the insects transform cellulose into proteins, which means that you can extract again some protein. And then the whole chain is good for the planet.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible, Hervé, to hear all of these thoughts from you. Fascinating. Can you tell me what's concerning you and your organization most in relation to the food crisis that is unfolding?
You know, in many of my lectures, when I describe note-by-note cooking, I'm showing the increase of the world population that would be 10.4 billion in 2050. I will be dead at that time. I think now more and more that energy is not the issue, is not the main issue, because if we succeed making nuclear fusion or something, there will be plenty of energy. But the question of producing ingredients, food ingredients, is the most important thing. And indeed, among ingredients, proteins are the key, because we are made of 20% of protein. So we need to produce enough proteins for people. And this will be the big issue in 2050.
Incredible. So protein and the amount of protein that's required when there are 10 billion people on the planet is, as far as you're concerned, the big issue.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, very importantly, why is World Food Day? Why is a day like this so important?
I don't know well the World Food Day, by the way, because, my life is in chemistry, which means science. It's not in communication. So I'm interested in communication because it's my political idea and I need to be useful for the people. But indeed, my daily life should be in the lab. And in the lab, we make equations. We don't consider protein production. So I have two lives. One life, the basic one is in the lab, and then I'm going to communicate. When you want to communicate about food, the main issue is knowledge. And indeed, the World Food Day is one opportunity to distribute knowledge so that the people can think about food differently. So the public has to think about food differently because food will change. And the public needs to be ready to eat differently in the future. And I would say that if this idea is well transmitted, then we are preparing the future with more harmony between the population. And this is why the public cannot fear synthetic food. It cannot fear eating proteins, So very often when I'm making a lecture, I take 1 spoon of protein, 4 spoons of water, I mix them, I eat that in the microwave oven in 20 seconds, and I have the equivalent of a cooked egg white. So you see, and it is very simple, and children can do that. And indeed, it would be good if during this day, in all schools of the world, they would make the same experiment. There are many ideas that we should keep. And in France, for example, in 2000, the Minister of Public Education, for France is very important. So we have a population of 100 million people. So you have 20 million at school. And I introduced, by the way, what are called the flavor experimental workshops in all schools. And these workshops are activities that you can make very simply, and they show some new ideas. For example, one of the particular activities was how to make 1 cubic meter of whipped egg white from 1 egg. And it's very simple. And when you do that, you learn that you don't need 10 eggs to make a chocolate mousse for 10 people. Indeed, you don't need even eggs. That if you have 1 egg, you can make 1 cubic meter of whipped egg white. Indeed, in practice, the world record that we had was more than 40 liters. After 2 hours whipping, we had 40 liters. So you see, it's very simple, but the fact is not making a big volume of foam. The most important idea behind is that the children at school understand that a foam means air bubble dispersed into water, and the proteins are around. And then what do you miss when you whip an egg white? Do you miss water, or do you miss air, or do you miss protein? No, you miss water. And if you add some more water, you get more foam. For example, you will make the experiment, you take an egg white, you whip, okay? There is some foam, and when the volume is not increasing any longer, you ask this question and you decide that water is missing. So, for example, you would pour some orange juice, because orange juice is water plus flavor, but it's water. And then you whip, and the volume is increasing, and you have a pure orange flavor with a foam. So you see, it's not traditional. It's a new way of cooking, and it is based on the idea that water is missing in order to include some more air bubbles. And proteins, for sure, are around the air bubble. So you see, this kind of knowledge, we are very fast now. But in primary school, we take 2 hours. Any teacher that can read or write, we give him the data, the sheet for the activity, and he or she can implement it in primary school. So it's very easy. And I would love that this kind of activity would be all over the world. It's performed in many countries already. For example, in the favela of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, they implemented this kind of activity because it is very cheap. So you see, there are various different activities. If you have grass, you cut grass instead of dropping the cut grass, you can make experiments. There are funny experiments that are easy to make, and you understand something about plant tissues. You see, this is how the World Food Day could be even more important, implementing all these activities in schools.
Incredible. I totally agree with you, Hervé. And yet, definitely knowledge is being shared all over the world today, not just from this broadcast, but from other people utilizing the day to tell stories. And you've told us an amazing story. It's inspirational to talk to you. Your work is incredible. I've really enjoyed our time together, Hervé. Can I just ask you one last thing before you go? If people who are watching would like to find out more about your incredible work, where do they go? What can they read?
I'm publishing extensively in all directions, on Instagram, on Twitter, on everything. So I have many accounts, and it depends on the level, I would say. You know, we should not give the same information to primary schools, to teachers, to high school, to universities. So I made books for all these different publics. So you type online Hervétis or Hervétis Fokiensa, and then you will find it very easily. So most of it is free. Of course, I publish books, but you know, the activities that I described are online and they are for free. So you can use them.
Okay.
Do use them.
Okay. Well, I hope everybody does. I certainly will be. Thank you for your time today. Have the wonderful day on World Food Day. And thank you so much. Take care.
Let's share knowledge.
I agree, Hervé. Let's do that. Take care, mate. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Hervé, for that fascinating interview. We wish you all the best in your future work. We're delighted now to introduce Frank Hersnape, who has been a long-term supporter of Peace One Day and one of our today's sponsors too. Please join me in welcoming Frank Hersnape of Unilever.
Frank!
Hey, Jeremy!
It's so good to see you. Happy World Food Day.
Good to see you too. Yeah, happy World Food Day to you, Jeremy, and to the team, and to all the listeners. It's just fabulous to be here with you guys. Thanks for that opportunity.
Great. Well, Frank, listen, you've been a very long-term supporter of Peace One Day. And, obviously I want to start by thanking you, Dorothy, and all the team at Unilever for the incredible support you've given us today in enabling #World Food Day to take place. So thank you, Frank. Big, huge thank you.
No, it's a great pleasure, Jeremy, and wonderful to be working together again.
Good stuff. Okay, well let's tell the audience some interesting facts. All right. So firstly, though, I'd like to ask you: could you tell us about yourself and your journey? I mean, you're in a really interesting place, and you've worked a lot with food, and you've had an incredible career. So to set the scene, tell us about yourself and your journey.
Yeah, okay. So I won't drain it, Jeremy. I've been incredibly lucky gosh, and it's even a shock to think about it, but being with Unilever for over 2 decades, I've had a fantastic career in this business. Most of it been based in Africa. I led our foods category in Africa for just over 6 years. And then I was global CMO at our joint venture with PepsiCo, Pepsi Lipton JV, when I was based in Switzerland, and you and I got to know each other at that time, and we did a lot of great work with World Peace Day. And then more recently, the last 2 years, Jeremy, I've been based here in Netherlands, leading our Knorr brand and our cooking aids category globally for Unilever. And if I think of that career, most of it has been lucky enough to be on the foods part of our business, and so it's just great to have the opportunity to be here with you on World Food Day to help sponsor the great work that you're doing to promote the right discussions that we should be having around foods on World Food Day.
Frank, thank you. And as you said, we did some great work on Peace Day, as we're doing here for #World Food Day. So thank you for that. Look, why, Frank, is food so important to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to food, one thing that we know the world over, and I spend a lot of my career in Africa, and in Africa sometimes it's a particularly chronic issue. But the truth is, the world over, if you ask consumers about the food that they eat, 7 out of 10 will tell you that they wish they could eat healthier, right? They have this desire, they have this sense that the way they're eating and the way they're feeding their families is not as healthy as it should be, and they have this strong desire to change that and to improve that. And the truth of it is that actually, if you look at the science and if you look at the data, they're absolutely right to identify this gap between the way that they're eating and the way that they could or should be eating. And we know that if you look across the world, if you look at the diets of people, that they're unbalanced, right? People just are eating too much refined carbs. We're eating too much sugar, too much salt. We're eating too much fats. We're not getting enough fiber. We're not getting enough veg. We're not getting enough fruit. We're not getting enough whole grains. And that has a real cost, right? That's not just a slide in a deck or a page in a textbook. That has a real cost in terms of people's health, in terms of their longevity, in terms of the quality of life for people, in terms of the health systems around the world. And although it's not so well known by consumers, we also know collectively as a food industry that has a very direct implication actually on the world's food system and on the planet. So this central challenge, which consumers are really aware of, right, which is that the food that we're eating is not the food that is not as healthy as we would like to be, is a real consumer problem with really very real consequences for the world. And I think World Food Day is a great time for us to raise this issue and then lean into it and think a little bit about how we're solving for that.
Yeah, very interesting. And I'll ask you more if we have time about World Food Day. But I would like to ask you, what do Knorr think are the biggest problems surrounding the issue of food?
So I think very much in line with what I said out there, Jeremy, is what on Knorr we want to solve for, right? On Knorr, we feel driven by the desire to help consumers, eat healthier food, eat home cooked food that is, more delicious, nutritious, and convenient. Let me just pause for a second and let's reflect on Knorr as a brand. It is Unilever's second biggest brand in terms of turnover. It's measured by Kantar as the world's 5th biggest CPG brand in terms of consumer touch points. And it's been around for a long time. It began in 1838, so it's 168 years old. It was founded by a guy called Karl Heinrich Knorr, who lived in Heilbronn. And he effectively made good food accessible to all when he effectively pioneered the first dried soups, and his predecessors pioneered bouillon cubes. And for urbanizing populations in industrial era Europe, he basically made available to them foods that they were disconnected to from the farms that they came. So, making good food accessible to all is a central thought behind this brand. It's a central drive behind this brand, and it has helped, create the brand into what it is today. We talk about on Knorr, we talk about the DNA of Knorr, which is not rocket science. It is delicious, nutritious, and accessible. But it drives very much, the products that we make. It drives very much a top dish strategy. It drives very much our marketing comms. Delicious is about, hey, how can we help bring flavor to the food that people cook? Because at the end of the day, food is about joy and enjoyment. How do we bring greater nutrition, via our products, but also in terms of the dishes that we promote and encourage people to make. And of course, that means, let's reduce the stuff that's not good, salt, sodium, fats, etc. But let's also give consumer the stuff that the nutrition that they need. And I'm very proud of the fact, also coming from Africa, that Knorr has one of the biggest fortified bouillon programs in the world. And then, make it accessible. And that's all about convenience. We see increasingly around the world, consumers have less and less time to cook, right? I think on average, it's around 20 minutes. There are lots of people who are looking for food solutions in less than 5 minutes, right? So our ability to give them fantastic flavor hacks is incredibly important. So, we have this what we call the Knorr DNA. It drives our products, it drives our marketing. Increasingly, Jeremy, we feel like it's not enough, because if we look around the world and we see, especially in younger generations, we see that fast food in particular, or bad food choices, let me put it that way, are very effective at making themselves emotionally appealing and kind of culturally irresistible and attractive. And so what we increasingly do on Knorr is we say, hey, listen, let's make the good stuff irresistible. So yes, let's be, functionally deliver on delicious, nutritious, and accessible, but let's emotionally be much more appealing. And so a lot of the work that we've been doing recently on Knorr is in conjunction with celebrities, with influencers. He's very social media first, and he's really trying to get, home cooking and good food choices into the very center of the cultural narrative. And make it appealing to younger audiences. But Jeremy, I'm at risk of draining it. So back to you.
Well, listen, thank you, Frank. That's really interesting. I mean, look, it's incredible what you're doing. Look, you're talking about nutrition, you're talking about health, you're talking about accessibility, and that's pretty fascinating. I always grew up knowing it as Knorr, but it's actually Knorr. And I'll make sure I keep putting the K in there in the future to my little ones at home as well. But I just want to say thank you, because, look, that's the story of the products that you create in terms of nutrition and health. And that's a real focus for you. But also what you're doing is enabling a conversation like this to happen across the world today. And that's really incredible that you're really walking your talk. And Frank, I know you well, and I know that you really believe in making a difference. And I know that you think the company's doing that. And of course it is. So, congratulations on the effort of Knorr and Unilever and the support that you've given us. So if people want to find out more, we've got a few seconds. If people want to find out more and support Knorr, and of course the work that you do, how do they do that?
Well, I think, buy more bouillon cubes. It's Knorr with a K. But seriously, Jeremy, I think can only encourage people, to spend a bit more time cooking at home and putting good food on the table and enjoying that with their friends and family. It's our way that we can start solving some of the food challenges we have in the world, plate by plate. And with that, Jeremy, thank you so much for the opportunity. Always wonderful to see you, and always wonderful to be part of your program. Best of luck for the rest of it.
Thank you so much, Frank. And now back to Phil.
Thank you, Frank Haresnape, for your inspiring words and sharing Unilever's ongoing commitment to sustainability and innovation in food and teaching me that it's Knorr. Next up, it is a huge honor for me to welcome probably one of the greatest thinkers of our time in relation to the protection of our planet. This is very dear to me, and also the protection of the challenges that humanity faces, particularly in this instance around food. Business leader, campaigner, and co-author of Net Positive, Paul Polman. I am delighted to welcome Paul Polman to Hashtag World Food Day.
Paul Polman, welcome to Hashtag World Food Day.
Thank you, Jeremy, for having me.
So, Paul, the first question I wanted to ask you is, why is it important to raise awareness and talk about the global challenges in relation to food on World Food Day?
Well, I'm really glad that you call out World Food Day, and we should call it out every day, because the food system that we have is actually going to the heart of what we call the Sustainable Development Goals. In September 2015, we all signed 193 countries in the world the Sustainable Development Goals with an objective to irreversibly eradicate poverty and do that in a more sustainable and equitable way. And unfortunately, the way that we currently produce and consume food is probably one of the most destructive forces for us on the planet. If we like it or not, we have to feed the 8 billion people going to 10 billion people. But the way we do that currently is probably causing the biggest damage, not only to our biodiversity, but also to human health itself. And I'll give you a very simple example. To feed these 8 billion people, we're cutting down the world's forest, we're depleting the world's lands, we're keeping the smallholder farmers in poverty. We're wasting 30 to 40% of the food that we produce. It takes 70% of our water. Very inefficient way of doing this. And I could go on and on and on. If you just take the effect on climate change alone, just the deforestation, the degrading of the land, the methane that comes out of the cows with the proteins that we eat coming from animals, all that together is 30% of our global warming. We cannot solve climate change, for example, if we don't solve our food system. And then on the other hand, if we turn our food system into a nature, people, climate positive food system, which is by all means possible, we actually could be 30% of the solution to tackle climate change. Now, this inefficiency of the system that we have comes at an enormous cost. Many people estimate that that's about $12 trillion of negative externalities that we have to compensate somewhere else. Increasingly, for example, we see as our food systems how our food value chain is being disrupted by climate change. Take the terrible hurricanes happening now in the US, Hurricane Mistral or Hurricane Helena. Take the terrible floodings that we see in many parts of the world as we speak. Take the droughts. There is no company in the world producing food that doesn't incur an incredible cost because of the disruptions caused by climate change. And at the same time as we talk, the food system itself is a key driver of climate change. Now, what is so beautiful about the food system, as we've seen during the time of COVID, when everything stopped for a while and we had a moment of reflection, how quickly nature comes back, how quickly it restores, how it can bring us back to an equilibrium that we all need. In fact, $1 invested in food gives a $16 return, and the returns are coming fast. And that's what makes it so attractive. So the task ahead is a tough one because we haven't been able to do it. But we need to move to what is called regenerative agriculture, where we reward farmers for restoring the soil health, where we call biodiversity strengthening, improving a way of farming, where we give the farmers a more decent income and an incentive to change, where we give people healthy food, and where we don't waste 30 to 40% of the food. These are the main things that we need to attack. And one of the key drivers of that, frankly, will be how we behave as individual citizens. We can decide not to eat meat, and that's probably the biggest and most important impact that we can have on the planet. Doesn't mean every day no meat. It means just cut it down to perhaps once or twice a week if you want to start on that journey. It also means that we have to be careful from where we buy the food and what food we eat. Is it in season? Is it not in season? How we take care of our oceans, the fish, we're depleting the oceans of fishery. So be mindful that we leave some for future generations. And frankly, we would all be served to move to regenerative agriculture, because at the end of the day, it's not only more resilient, the farmers not only getting hopefully better livelihoods out of it, but it's also healthier. One of the main problems we have in this world with our food system is that we leave about 860 million people hungry, don't know if they wake up the next day, no access to decent food. Acute food shortage is now affecting 200 to 250 million people. And on the other side of the equation, we have nearly half the world's population being overweight or obese, causing one of the biggest pandemics, which is diabetes 2, with an enormous cost to society, cost on healthcare, cost on sickness, cost on absenteeism at work, etc., etc. So we'd be very well advised to just take a small amount of our money, 400 or 500 billion a year, which frankly is nothing anymore, to turn our food system into a nature, people, climate, positive food system that helps us live now and for generations to come.
Paul, I mean, it's incredible to hear you speak of all of these things, and it's wonderful to learn on World Food Day about regenerative agriculture and some of the choices that we can make as individuals. Really exciting, and thank you for sharing. Can I ask you, look, you were the CEO of Unilever, you were the CEO of many other companies. I mean, you were one of the 24 people, I think, that wrote the Sustainable Development Goals and were a part of that when it was all manifested. And I mean, you've written the amazing book Net Zero and other publications. Can I ask you, Paul, as you enter this phase of your life, you've got a lot of energy, you're still young. What is the most pressing issue, Paul? When you wake up in the morning, what do you want to resolve over the next 5 years?
Well, the most pressing issue, and why we wrote the book Net Positive, how courageous companies thrive by giving more than they take, is that we need to be sure that our global economy, this system that we depend on, is sustainable now and for generations to come, that we attack probably the three biggest challenges, which is climate change, most pertinent right now, which is the destruction of biodiversity. We are part of nature, and by destroying biodiversity, we're in the process of destroying ourselves. And then last but not least, inequality. If you have a system where too many people feel they're not participating or being left behind, it will ultimately rebel against itself. We see that now happening in many places. We see it playing out in politics and global relationships that we have with each other. We've become more polarized. We've become more nationalist, more xenophobic in some cases, more democracies on the decline, and people are very dissatisfied with the way this world is being run, not only by the politicians, but also by many companies. So the essence of the book Net Positive is that we need to move to a system where we profit from solving the world's problems, not creating the world's problems. And currently, many governments are still having laws and regulations on the books that drive us in the wrong direction. We call it perverse subsidies. You look in the food value chain alone, and we have about $2.6 trillion of perverse subsidies that move us into the wrong direction, destroy biodiversity, encourage food waste. We don't want that. Far more, actually, in perverse subsidies than we need to put a good food system in place. And at the same time, on the corporate world as well, most, if not all of the companies still operate in what I call the CSR space, corporate social responsibility, that deals with being less bad, less carbon in the atmosphere, less plastics in the oceans, less deforestation in the value chain. But when you've overshot the planetary boundaries that we have, to the extent that we have already, when we're close to negative tipping points where the world's Earth systems get out of balance, less bad is still bad. We need to move our thinking to quite a different thinking, which is restorative, reparative, regenerative. And nothing better to do that than in our food systems. Our first priority, which we could achieve in the next 5 to 10 years, is to have at least 50% of our food systems come from regenerative agriculture. I have a farm myself in the south of England, and we're moving quite rapidly to regenerative agriculture. The second thing we need to do is to restore nature. We've made a global pledge, all countries in the world, the 30 by 2030 pledge, which means to protect land, forest, and oceans, about 30% of it, to restore and repair our biodiversity. We need to be sure that as we change our food systems, that we build resilient rural economies. The average age of a farmer in Africa is 57 years. He can't take much risk, or she can't take much risk with the few years left. So we need to help them. The average income of a farmer in the UK is less than £40,000. You can't really live off that decently and make your business run successfully. So we make it financially attractive for farmers. Start to pay them for nature-based services. Start to pay them to increase their soil health. We'd all benefit from that and get healthier food in the process. And then we need to ourselves contribute. We need to diversify the way we take protein. We need all protein, and it's an important source for our well-being. We need to eat healthier food. But for example, to first grow the food and degrade the land to feed the animal, then feed us. Why not eat the proteins directly and move to a more balanced diet? Eat less red meat, eat healthier food, eat food in the season. It's making a huge difference. Susie Cameron, who is an incredibly dynamic and energizing person and a great role model, just wrote a simple book called One Meal a Day, which means just start with skipping one meal a day, skip the meat on it, and eat alternative proteins. Would have a huge impact, 15-20% reduction in the emissions in our food value chain, that alone. And then food waste, it's incredible for me to see that we have 850 million people going to bed hungry, not knowing if they wake up the next day. And then on the other side, we have the audacity to waste 30-40% of the food. Look at ourselves, how much we throw out, or we take a bite and let the rest go. That's not a way to do it. And that's disrespectful, in my opinion, to planet Earth, to future generations, but also to the people that go to bed hungry currently. So why don't we deliberately, and it's in consumers' hands as well, attack the issues of food waste with more vigor, and then hold our politicians accountable. We cannot have a political system where promises are made but actions are not aligned with that. We need to hold politicians accountable and put food on the agenda. We've succeeded to some extent in the climate negotiations to make food an integral part of it. We have now the Biodiversity Convention. I'm on my way to Colombia. It will be held in Cali this year, where we talk on how we maintain a balance in our natural boundaries. We've created the Planetary Guardians, a group of incredibly impressive people, of which I'm the vice chair, to bring higher awareness to that. But it needs all of us, and it's a sense of urgency that it frankly needs all of us now.
Paul, finally, just leave us. I know that there's a lot going on for you at the moment, but we look out into the world and we see the conflicts that are happening, situations in the Middle East and Europe, around the world, in Africa, etc. We're talking today a little bit about the situation in relation to our climate, our animals, the sort of decrease of species. It's, if you sort of look at it through one lens, it's incredibly desperate. Just in a few words, how do we have hope, Paul, when so many people are looking out there into the world and seeing the destruction of each other and the destruction of our planet, and kind of going, well, look, this is how we are. This is how it's going to stay. We're hitting the wall. Where do you have hope when you know these things? I'm not suggesting I don't have hope, but for those who are looking out there and feeling completely disempowered by the whole thing, what gives us strength to know that we can reverse this?
Well, we are doing it in many places. It's first of all, we need to change our own minds. It was Rumi who said, yesterday I was clever, I tried to change the world. Today I'm wise, I'm changing myself. It starts with our own awareness, what is going on. If you want any change, if you want to have a sustainable company or a sustainable society, you need to be sustainable yourself first. So that would be the first step. And many people are doing that. We're seeing an incredible movement that is realizing what is happening and is moving to regenerative agriculture, for example. About 10% of the farmers are moving now. And actually, the more we see climate change, the more we can benefit from regenerative agriculture. The soil is healthier, it retains more moist. And as a result, we see 30-50% crop differences now between farmers that continue to have unsustainable practices that damage the earth and destroy the soil and keep people unhealthy versus the ones that have made this conversion. So I'm hopeful that it is on the agenda right now. We as you rightfully say, with the Ukraine terrible conflict there and many other places in the world, we see that many of the wars and conflicts, something that is dear to your heart and obviously to many others in this world, are driven by our broken food system. We probably already today have over 200 million refugees swarming the world, basically because of our broken food system itself. Climate change, again, driven partly by our food system, will probably by the end of the century have 1 billion people look for homes somewhere else. That puts an enormous pressure on any system. The wars that we're seeing are increasingly being driven because of lack of access to water or food or other things related to our food systems. So where do I get hope? It's very simple. The most important thing is that we are at a point right now that the cost of not doing anything is far exceeding the cost of doing something. So it becomes actually the biggest economic opportunity for countries, for companies, for individuals to do something about it. Even individuals, by eating smarter and eating more consciously and having less food waste and eating in the season, you can save 20-30% on your food bills and eat healthier. The same is true in companies moving to regenerative agriculture, or countries getting rid of their perverse subsidies, just to name a thing. So I'm hopeful of that the economic forces will help us. I'm equally hopeful with the speed that technology is going, with digital technology, but also our knowledge that we have on our food systems. And if we can make that knowledge globally available, also in what we call the South, the developing markets, then we can increase our productivity enormously, use far less land, degrade far less land, and actually restore biodiversity. And there are some incredibly exciting economic models. And I'm excited for the world's population waking up to this challenge and wanting to be part of the solution. 50% of the world's population is below 30 years old. They're far more conscious of the way we eat and food, and behave. They're far more concerned about the state of the planet, and they're driving the changes at an incredible speed. And it's time for us that we not only give them a seat at the table, but that in some cases we give them the table itself. So a lot to be hopeful for and a lot happening. We just need to accelerate it. Moving in the right direction, but shifting gears would be my message.
Paul Polman, thank you so much. I hope people get a copy of your book, Net Positive, to learn as much as we've just learned in this amazing conversation. You've been a huge supporter to Peace One Day. You're an absolute inspiration to me. Thank you for supporting World Food Day, and good luck, Paul, on your journey.
Jeremy, likewise, and thanks for doing this. Good luck. See you later.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the inspirational speech, Paul Polman, for your thought-provoking words. We are so grateful for your continued support of Peace One Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this podcast right now and share the link with them. We have so much more that we want to share with you. And why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. Our next interview, I am excited to introduce Leah Leendertz, award-winning garden and food writer whose publications are incredible. Let's hear from Leah now.
Leah, welcome to World Food Day.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's lovely to meet you, Leah. And so I'd like to ask you firstly, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
I'm a writer, an author, and I came really from gardening originally, and cooking. I studied horticulture, had a little garden of my own, and then went and studied horticulture, and then went into writing about gardening for magazines and things like that. And then I've eventually kind of gone freelance and started writing books, and really got very interested in growing my own food. I had an allotment for several years and wrote a couple of books about allotments, and just really, really loved that. And now have a bit of growing space at the end of the garden for growing my own food. We've just picked a massive pumpkin this morning and feeling very pleased with ourselves. So and I write now an annual book called The Almanac, which is partly about growing and gardening, but also about lots of other things about the year. So it's about the sky at night and really about kind of clicking into the seasons and knowing what's going on with the moon phases and all of this sort of stuff. But yeah, lots of growing and recipes and seasonal and celebration foods in there as well.
Wow, Leah, the almanac, that sounds incredible, and I can't wait to read it. So I want to ask you now, why is World Food Day so important to you?
I think anything really that sort of gets people talking about food and about, the situation we are in, food security really has to be a good thing. It's fantastic that that people are coming together to have these sorts of conversations. And I think, I do think that growing food has to be a part of that. And I know that it is as part of your World Food Day conversations, because food security quite often does come back to that, doesn't it? That, if we have the ability to grow our own food, that is a step towards a kind of security. I know that from when I was writing more about allotments, that allotments in particular in this country, in the UK, have always, the numbers of them have expanded dramatically during any crisis. So, World War I, World War II, all of these times of crisis, we suddenly realize that we need to be able to fend for ourselves. And I think, during COVID and all of that time, people really suddenly recognize that need to do a bit of growing for themselves. So, I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing to be talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the more constructive narrative, information that's inspirational, that engages people in their own personal journey around the issues of food has got to be a good thing, given the some of the incredibly fundamentally important issues in relation to its production. So yeah, I'm all in with you on that thought. So I want to ask you, you're incredibly passionate about community growing, and you're an avid gardener, as we just discussed. Why is it important to you? Why is, the sort of the whole gardening and the writing around these issues being so important? And where do you also think someone can start their own sort of growing journey or making changes around food?
I think there's partly that big picture thing of yes, food security. We all need to at least know how to do it or know how hard it is as much as anything. Food growing can be it's hard to fend for yourself and to know, to really appreciate where our food comes from and how that's been grown. But also, if you're talking about community growing, it's this wonderfully sociable thing to do, and social links you into the local community and get you outside, and all of the kind of movements that you're doing when you're gardening that are keeping you really fit and you're eating the good stuff. And I think all of that is really fantastic. And having said it's tricky, I think it's tricky to grow enough to support yourself fully, but it's not actually tricky to grow a bit. And I think that's what I would say if you're starting out. Don't think you have to go all out and you have to grow everything that you're going to eat, but grow some really nice stuff, grow some really tasty things. Grow your own tomatoes, just a wonderful place to start because they are more delicious than you will ever get in the shops. And, relatively straightforward. But I would maybe start even with a window box, a little window box if you haven't got much space. And so something like, actually at this time of year, even, you can sow some pea shoots. So get a box of marrowfat peas, something cheap like that, and fill them up really, really thickly with onto your window box, cover that with a little bit of soil. And then once they're only about a couple of inches high, cut them, and they just taste like peas. They're like a really delicious little salad ingredient. And you can do that anywhere. You can, even if you haven't got a windowsill to put them on, you could do that indoors. And it's just a lovely way of just kind of getting yourself going and making that connection between the seed and the food and the dish that's on your plate and the sandwich that goes into your mouth, I think is a really, really lovely thing.
Yeah, that sounds like a great tip. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm a dad, so the idea of doing a little something like that with my daughter and, you know, just incredibly exciting. It was, we had an amazing interview the other day where the person said, if you think oranges and apples are, you know, come in plastic, shrink wrapped paper, or sorry, plastic, then of course there's a lot to learn. So, yeah, really interesting. I've loved these thoughts that you're sharing. Thank you so much for that. Look, if people would like to find out more about you and your work, right? I mean, tell us a little bit more about Almanac and maybe where we can go to read some of your things would be great. Thank you.
Well, the book that's just come out is the Almanac 2025. So this is next year's Almanac. It's very little, just a little pocket-sized thing, but very kind of densely packed full of beautiful illustrations and lots of information on tides and gardening and, you know, all sorts of stuff in there. So that is kind of available all over the place, Waterstones and all of those sorts of places, and lots of independent bookshops have it. If you want to find out about me, I have a Substack, Leah Lanedirts. Leah Lanedirts is a bit of a tricky one to spell, but I do have a Substack, Leah Lanedirts, and I am on Instagram as well. Leah Lanedirts there, so you can find me there.
Leah, thank you so much for everything that you've done today, for talking with us and celebrating World Food Day. And I hope that people go out and get a copy of the Almanac to be inspired on their journeys around the issues of food and all sorts of other wonderful things. So thank you so much, Leah.
Well, thank you so much for having me along. It's been really lovely to come along and talk to you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Leah Lanedirts. We are so grateful for your support. I will definitely be growing those pea shoots and the best of work that you're doing. Our next interview is with our founder of Champion Pizza, Haki Andenis. He is a renowned restaurateur and entrepreneur who has gained an online following of more than 30 million people. Please join me in welcoming Haki Andenis.
Haki, it's lovely to see you. It's lovely to see you.
Likewise, my dear brother.
And welcome to World Food Day.
Thank you for having me.
Haki, listen, the first thing that I wanted to ask you, for those people around the world who are tuning in today on this incredibly important day, could you tell them about yourself and your journey?
In 90s, I went to Canada, work with my brother. And actually, my brother, he take me in Canada to study, but I was not good at school. So I was good at work. I just work and try to, to make, a couple $, and, to do better living. But I was really good as worker in the kitchen, and I just work in a pizzeria with my brother. And when in 2000, before 1998, I couldn't get my green card in Canada. So I have to leave the country. And when I left the country, I have to go other country, either Turkey or choose any other country. And I choose to New York, to come New York. The reason I come New York, I have a friend of mine. He invited me. He said, Haki, if you come New York, don't worry about it. I will help you to the place that you can stay. I find you I will help you to find a job. Don't worry about it. I said, but I don't speak English. You think it's going to be hard? He said, oh, don't worry about it. All pizza guys, they're all Latins, and they don't speak English as well. Well, I came over here in January 28, 2001. That my friend, he make me wait shortcut 2.5 days at Port Authority. Every time I call him, he said, Haki, don't worry about it. I will come, give me 2 hours, 3 hours, just wait. But I don't want to go nowhere. I just wait at Port Authority. And after 2.5 days, he didn't come. So my journey started from there. I have small luggage. I was just looking at hotels. Every hotel, they were asking $200-300, but I have $240 in my pocket. So I find a cheap motel on 42nd 9th Avenue. And by the way, right now I'm going to open a pizza shop right there. Yeah. So I stay over there, but the last day that I have to pay, I don't have money enough. So I have to walk away. I stayed there for like 6-7 days. My money about to finish, so I walk away. I find a trains. So staying trains and street over 2 weeks. And I was just, every homeless person, what they think when they're hungry, they just pray for God, Only they have one hope, to just someone to just give one burger or one can of soda or a $1 to just be able to go buy food, okay? And I was one of them. I always pray for God, just someone give you a couple dollars, something to go just to survive that day. When you're homeless in the street, you don't think about tomorrow. You don't think about yesterday. Only think about the moment. Because you're hungry, you want to just get feed that moment. And especially for us, there was old ladies, old people, they love, to give spare the dollars. Or sometimes they have a bag, they have apples, or they have I don't know, just something looking smaller muffins, or bagels, half a bagel. They eat they have half, they save it. So they could maybe afternoon or nighttime or next day, but they give the homeless people. They share. Old people, I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. Because they have so amazing heart. They know about other people when they're hungry. They feel their pain. So anyway, and I find homeless shelter. It's called Bowery Mission. Now I find another homeless guy. He's from Senegal, Ronnie. His name Ronnie. So we were talking French. He said, hey, I stay in shelter. I'm homeless as well. Then he told me the story about him. Then he took me to homeless shelter. We registered my name. And we don't have a cell phone that time. But, you have to every day go ask if they have a place to stay. Because when you register your name, you don't have right away to stay there. So, I believe, 3 days later, they give me a place. I stay on 4th floor. There's a bench. 2 people, they sleep one first and second floor. And then I stay over there for 96 days at Bowery Mission. And then I find a job after that and the pizza shop. My journey just started that way. Then me and my best friend, we save money. My best friend, about 4 years, we save money, $68,000. 2 days before we get up in pizza shop, then my best friend, he take all our money, walk away, run away. But you know what? I did cry a lot. I cried so much. I pray for God. I said that moment, God, punish him because what he did, because he stole my everything, all safe, all my dream. But today I'm praying for God. God, forgive him because we all make mistake. It just that moment, he make one mistake. And right now I pray for God, I hope he have a family, he have a kids. He help other people with that money. That's all I can say. So then I work again, another 4 years, and I save money, $45,000, and I opened my first pizza shop in 2010 on Lower East Side, just 4 or 5 blocks away from Bowery Mission, homeless shelter. But when I sent Bowery Mission 2001, after that, when I found a job, I work in Hoboken, New Jersey. I work in California. I work in Washington, D.C., and I work in Westchester. But after 10 years later, I believe in karma. I believe in God. I really believe that. God said, Heike, no problem. Don't worry about it. I'm going to make you go everywhere to give you different direction. But at the end of the day, I will give you perfect location for you. He gave me an amazing location right next to Bowery Mission. And, right now, every Wednesday, we go front of Bowery Mission. There's 300-400 people stand in line. We give them half food. And all those homeless people, every Wednesday, when they see us, they think they see president. They see the ledge. They see someone impossible to reach. But I'm just one of them, I love when I see homeless people. They see me, they be so happy. And I love that. And I love what I do. It just make me so blessed, make me so happy. Even when I talk about giving back, you could see my face, it become a little bit changed. It just make me feel so Wednesday, I always tell my wife, Wednesday is the happiest day in my life. Because I know that day is so blessed. From Wednesday when I do this, And next day, God my witness, like next day, I'd be so blessed until already next Wednesday. So God said, hey, you know what? You do one, but I will give like 6 days extra. So he blessed me. He blessed me, so I'm so blessed, Jermaine. I always say, hey, I ask God, just one, he always give me two. I ask one children, he give me two children. I ask one house, he give me two house. I ask one business, he give me like over 20 business. I mean, I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. I have everything that I ask for him.
So Haki, it's just the most incredible story, and it's a story where food is absolutely at the center of what's happened for you and this incredible position that you've worked to be where you are, and you are helping so many others because you completely understand the importance of doing so because you were there. It's really inspirational. And for people who don't know, you actually have one of the biggest social media followings in the world, which is absolutely incredible. So I think for World Food Day, it's wonderful that you've helped raise awareness of this incredibly important day. So thank you for doing that. And I want to ask you, why did you want to support and help raise awareness of World Food Day?
Well, because, like we all, like my wife always, like my son is like 6 years old, the little one. And we always say, it's like sharing is a caring, yeah? And it's a food. All I know to make like a pizza, I don't know nothing else. And I did everything, my legacy with the food and pizza, with the bread, with dough. And like I say, I make everything through that. And I love to give everything that I can through that. So the food is a perfect moment, like when we sit on table, before we eat, what we do, we pray. We say, thank you, God, for giving me this amazing meal. But there's a million people out there, they pray for God to have that meal. So if you have something to be able to share to others, I mean, what can be better than that? Nothing. Seriously, nothing. Because the food, it make you so joy. It make you so happy. It make you so blessed. Not only just when you eat, if you're able to be shared to other people as well. When I go to Bowery Mission and the kitchen, and when I have the kitchen like Miss Susan or like Jimmy or the lady, like the Miss Kathy. So, like Chef Sean, when I go to Bowery Mission, that kitchen, when I help them, that I know they're gonna, like Sunday, they're gonna feed 400 or 500 people, homeless people out there, and everybody's gonna come to get hot food plates, and they're gonna be so happy. Believe it or not, I work 7 days in my restaurant pizzeria. It doesn't make me happy as much at that moment when I work in the kitchen and Bowery Mission. Because I know that food we give people they really need. That food is not about business, making money. I sell pizza, I make money for a living. But that food is not about that. It's about caring to other people. Jeremy, forgive me. I know it's too personal to me, but it's so hard for me when I see people out there. They're hungry. They fighting for the food. It's so hard. When you be there, when you are one of them, you feel their pain. It's so hard, right now, if you walk with me in the street in New York City, you will see 1,000 or million people out there. They're hungry. They're really hungry. They just have only one hope for God. Just give them one slice of pizza. Every my restaurants, I tell them, guys, when you see a homeless person, do not ignore them. Do not say no food. Please give every person when they ask food. Because when you're hungry, you're just so hungry, man. You don't have it. When you don't have it, it's so hard. I've been there. I feel that pain. It's so hard. It's so hard. I was praying for God. God just, just give me a little piece, to be able to eat. I couldn't have like $1 to buy one slice. I know today we donate like million of slices, but because we could. But there's a million people out there. Like, I wish I have that power. This country give me the power. I will finish homelessness in this country. I swear to God, I will finish it. But it's so hard, man. I'm so sorry about that. I get a little bit, when it's so hard, like when you see people, they're hungry and they're asking you, homelessness is not like option. It's not choice. Believe it or not. Homeless is not only just people living street, people like, out, people they're hungry. I wish no one will, like when they go sleep with empty stomach. Because I know that, like when you so hungry and when you sleep and your stomach can make a noise, like you just, anything can just go in your stomach if it's so good. Anything. And I'm sorry about that, man.
Haki, no, please don't.
I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that.
Don't apologize. It's this is an incredibly important thing that you've shared with us today, and I know that it's going to resonate for anyone who hears it. And the big issue, that many people are facing, as you say, is a lack of food due to the conflicts or due to the climate situation. So I think you've said the most important thing that could be said by anybody today, and our thoughts go out to all of those people around the world that are hungry. So I think we should, lastly, I just want to say, Haki, for those who'd love to find out more about you, and if they come to New York, come and have one of your pizzas, where can people go to find out more information about you?
We own the Champion Pizza. We have altogether, we have about 14 locations. There's 9 of them in New York City, 1 in Long Island, and 4 is different state. So we own 1 in Miami, 2 in Tampa, 1 in College Station, and Texas, yeah. So, it's called Champion Pizza.
Okay.
And I'm just working I work 7 days, man. I love working.
Yeah.
They make me happy when I work, yeah.
Well, I hope for those who are in America or those who have the opportunity to be able to go there, go check out Champion Pizza, because the one thing that I think the audience can know is if they get a pizza from you, it's certainly helping giving somebody at the Bowery Mission or someone on the street a bit of pizza as well. So, well done.
Mr. Jermaine, it's not I really appreciate, I'm not here to market in my brand, I don't want to talk about that. It just, whatever people, I always say, it's not about how much we have, it's about how much can we give, it just, anything, anyone can they give to anybody is a blessing. Believe me, it come back to you, I swear to you.
Okay.
It come back to you with a big God, he's watching us 24/7. Believe it. Just believe that, and you will be so blessed.
There couldn't have been a more powerful message, or or somebody speaking from the heart as you did. You've been there on the street, and you're now in a situation where you're helping many others, and with one of the great followings of the world on social. It's absolutely inspirational. Haki, you're an incredible man, and I really wish you the very best of luck. Thank you for supporting World Food Day, and thank you for helping raise awareness of this incredible day. Thanks, Haki.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. God bless you.
I'm so moved by that. Thank you, Haki, for your inspiring words and for such a moving interview and such insightful thoughts you've just shared with us. We are so grateful for your continued support of Peace One Day and sharing the story of yours. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this podcast right now and share the link with them. This last VT made me cry, and it could maybe make somebody else cry too, and maybe even make some change. So why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. For our next guest, I am thrilled to introduce the extraordinary Jose Catriman, an absolute master chef at La Granja Ibiza. His story and his work is absolutely incredible. So let's welcome Jose Catriman.
Jose, welcome to #World Food Day.
A pleasure to be here.
Jose, the first thing I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about your journey that has led to this beautiful location in Ibiza?
It's like a nice history for me, always to share with the people. I come from Patagonia, Argentina. I grew up in a little village, in a situation who pushed me to be connected with food. About my mother. My mother was a chef for a restaurant. In that moment in Argentina, Patagonia, be a chef, it was something really different to be a chef today here, you know? It was like a really tough work, really hard work. It was honorable work, but you know, it was not fancy. And in a moment in my little town, we have like something happening in our family. My father left the house, and then my mom need to come to the house to take care of us, me and my brother. And just to check how we can do to be with the kids and work in the same place, she started to cooking in our house for the neighbors. It was a really poor neighbor, and my mom was like a real good chef. And then she decided to say, listen, how we can build that to be with you guys, and just to make money. And then she started to cook for the neighbors. And I remember really clear when I was kids, asking my neighbors for Sunday who want to eat fresh pasta and get the tray for them because we don't have it in the house. And then I remember walking Sunday morning with all the people from the Rodriguez, the fresh gnocchi. And then, you know, I became like a kind of helper for my mother when I was 8 years old. And I realized this kind of way, for me, it was like a brilliance. It was something who I really, if I remember, I never changed something like that. But you know, in some way, I feel like, okay, I was not a kid who had the chance to go to play. You know, for us, it was like a time to survive. But that connection with the food, with my mom, really give me the line to go away. When I do my studies, of course, the place was like a successful. We do something amazing. I think we built like the first rotisseria, even we didn't know it was doing that kind of business. We built something amazing in a little town, and until today, people really remember the food who my mother did. And I was the guy who cooked with her, doing all the recipes, check the market, the prices, and what we can do better and what we can sell and all the things. Really, really give me my character to do this kind of thing, flow my energy. And when I finalized my schools, I moved to Buenos Aires. And then when I came, find like a job to survive in a restaurant, I get to clean the dishes in a restaurant. Because when someone asks me, okay, you have experience in restaurant? I say, no, I cook in my house with my mom. And the people know the little village where I come from. And then they say, okay, of course, you go to clean the dishes. But once I have the chance, after like a year, to pass to the restaurant. And then when I passed to the restaurant, because one chef, he was sick or something like that, the chef looked at me and said, oh, Jose, you have a lot of experience. What is that? You're doing amazing things. And they start to ask me questions. Why do you do that? Why do you do this sauce? Why do you do like that, like that, like that? I say, why you don't tell me? And then I say, listen, for me, it's like it's the first time I work in a restaurant. And then at that moment, I realized I have like a lot of skills to work in the restaurant, because I really feel I don't have like a really technique. I never came in any school of cooking, to be a chef, but I really be connected with the products. And always the people say, okay, share me a recipe. How many potatoes to do a recipe? I say like that. It was like all the measure with my hands. But it's really become to be in a fancy way. I started working a really nice restaurants in Buenos Aires from my experience and everything. And I started to grab doing a lot of money. I started to take care about my mom and my brother, working at my 20s, working in a really famous restaurants. And then I realized, okay, this is something really nice. And then, of course, Argentina was too small for me because I started to dream in bigger. And I said, okay, I need to go to the Mediterranean diet below. And then I said, like, I need to jump to Spain, to flow, to feel like all this amazing recipe I was learning about books and everything. And of course, when I came to Spain, Italy, France, traveling around the food, it was a complete revelation for me, no? Came really the products, the veggies. You know, Argentina is really famous for meats, but it's not really famous for veggies. But I come from here. Like I came here, it was like all the legumes, all the fish from the sea. Amazing flavor testings. And of course, it was like so healthy. Everything it was become to the people really in some ways have like that culture to connect with the food. Barcelona gave me the chance to connect a little bit with the slow movements, with all the farms who exist like already around Barcelona, Costa Brava. And then I started to get like that idea to say, okay, producers are so important in this movement. I work in like so many restaurants in the city of Barcelona. But when I get the chance to come to Ibiza for a restaurant to call me to work here, I get like a house in the countryside. And the first thing I saw, I say, I can have my own veggies here. And then I put my own tomatoes plants, grow my own aubergines and peppers. And I realized, okay, this is quality of life. I was doing, of course, jumping from one place to the other, but here I can put my roots because, you know, I can work with somebody who I love it. I can be in a place who is beautiful, and even I can have like that connection to build a family here, to feel like how I connect with that. And of course, I finalized in this place, who was La Granja, connecting with that. I was starting to develop that kind of private chef who work with their own veggies. And I started to work like for a kind of family who really appreciate that. You know, I was in the market, one of the 1,000 private chefs who exist in Ibiza, but I always put I work with my own veggies. And then I came with my boxes to the people to say, okay, listen, in the menu, what we're gonna do today, we're gonna grab a tomato from the supermarket, and I'm gonna put a tomato from my own farm. And you can feel the difference straight away. And then I really got the attention for a lot of guests to say, okay, Jose, this is something amazing. We are really believe that. Ibiza at that moment, I tell you, it was like 15 years ago. Maybe one of 3 restaurants have like, okay, tomatoes from Ibiza in the menu. But I said, okay, but Ibiza have so many veggies, not only tomatoes. Why you put only tomatoes? Because for sure the carrots are not from Ibiza and all the things, because you put only the tomatoes. And then I realized this is a really good market. People who come here, they say, okay, what is the local products? What is the fish who is in this kind of Mediterranean sea? And I see straight, okay, this is gonna be a kind of strategy, but something who I can show for the people to be special, to be like something who no one does. And then at the moment, we become like a private chef. When this project opened, they try to find like different chefs around the world because the place have like a lot of support in the beginning. But you know, all the chefs who came here, it was like a really fine dining. And the owner always say like, I don't know, I don't feel the connection with the chef. Need to be someone who really feel the place. And then someone, mutual friend, called me and said, okay, I know someone who maybe you're gonna love it. And when I came here, they don't told me about the project. They say, Jose, we're gonna hire you to do like a dinner for 10 people in this beautiful house. You can come, and then I cook my dishes, I do my things. And then when the people start to realize the food when I put in the table, they say, oh, maybe it's him. He's gonna be like really connected with that. And then they explain me a little bit the project, and they say, Jose, we have like 2 hectares with an amazing farm, and this can be your market. You can really do whatever you want. You can be connected with farmers to do all your wishes reality and put to the table here. And then it was like something, okay, it was like 7 farmers at that moment with a lot of experience. They was growing like veggies in the crazy restaurants, all biodynamics, regenerative things. And they say, okay, this is true. This is true. You choose me to cook for 20 people every night with that kind of products, and say, you can bring your own team, all the people who you love to work in this place. And this is, I bring all my friends, even people who know what's chef, but it was like a really inspired, like kitchen, food movements and everything. And then we do so fun here. And it was so grateful. I learned a lot about that. Alone. And this is what like a little bit the connection between the farmers and the chefs. We put the name to Farmer's Table for the menu we do because the menu was decided between chefs and farmers. The first one where we eat, we try, and we enjoy, and we really enjoy the meal, it was between farmers and chefs. And this become like, okay, this need to be like that. This need to be, everything has reality and sense where we was like eating that food, real food, you know? And we know we choose every seed. We know if it was like a no rain, we lost half of the beetroots. And then we need to think in another recipe. And it was like a real things.
What are the great issues that you worry about in relation to food and our survival?
Yeah, I have like a quiet objects in that, you know? For me, one of the points where I always put focus is about the recycling movements. I really think about that. We produce a lot of rubbish. A lot of rubbish here is something where we can stop it to do it in some way. It's not only recycling. No, we need to really make useful everything. And for us, like a chefs, we have like a really crazy task to talk with the owners, with the businessmen. Our model of menu need to be really sustainable. We cannot leave like only one piece of the onion and don't do nothing with other parts who don't look nice. And then this is something who build behind like the real farm to table products, but even, you know, fight a little bit with the fancy restaurant who want to do everything to look nice and it sits and you have like a lot of things who don't use it. I think it's the other way around. We need to really consume like exactly where we're gonna use it and try to reuse a lot of things, you know? Big restaurants, it's crazy the thing who throw away, to don't reuse, not to recycle, like the bottle of wine. It's like a lot of movement of people who is a seller of wine, you send them back the bottle of wine, not throw away to crush and redo again the bottle. You take the same bottle if you already made it. And then it's take all this energy to do it. I really think it's something like the people is not talk a lot and need to be like that. And after that, I really try to spread with all my friends and people who I know, it's just to find the local community where you live. Local community or disconnect about how you really eat, you know? I have so many friends who live in Barcelona. And they say, for me, it's difficult because I don't have time. I go to market, I open the refrigerator and I eat. I take something ready and I put in the microwave, it it. And in the end, I need to feed my body, do you know? But I think if you really are conscious what you are eating, what is going to happen in your body, realize, and real, you know, you never can do that. But I think it's the lots of information you need to get about how is, you know, the food you are eating is like something that poisons you. And then all the people talk, okay, organic food is not accessible for anyone, for all the people, you know. But I think if you really realize, okay, I can find the real thing, I can spend a little bit more money, but in some way, I can spend not too much money in other things. You know, something, the people always put the money in that way, but for me, it's something a little bit more simple. You need to really realize and educate the people how healthy it is for you to take this kind of product without pesticides, without a lot of crazy things they put in the food right now. And I think this is something who the people need to find. And of course, if you have your community, you can learn from your community. I don't say the schools, of course, is like so disconnected with that. But if you really find your own community around, for sure they can share like the knowledge for our children, for the group you're gonna be. And I think this is really important. Everyone have like a kind of farm community around him who can say like a little topics to say, listen, this is important. How much money you gonna save in the end to don't spend in the doctor if you're really gonna spend in a nice product and buy your products, you know? I really worried about that, no? The food system.
If people would like to find out more about you or taste your food, how can they do that?
In Ibiza, we start to spread a little bit, you know, connect with more people. We're still running La Granja. this beautiful place. We are here enjoying like an amazing time. We're gonna do this house like a retreat house to try to connect people, to come people, and then I think if everyone is come to find me in Instagram, in the end they're gonna find us here with us eating like we were doing before. Try to sharing that knowledge. We are building like a small community who I think we can inspire people around the world. Luckily, Ibiza is like a really good destination. And then once you left, you're gonna jump to Ibiza. And if you want to know something more about us, what we are doing, how you connect with us, you can come here and look this amazing place. And for sure, you're gonna eat together because we love to share that, you know?
So finally, if somebody's at home thinking, I'm not a great cook, I'm not experimenting, what advice would you give to them?
I think it's really, really important to ask the grandma, not me. The people start to forget to get the recipe for the grandma, the mother. They do amazing things. Maybe the mother is not a good chef, but the father, yes, the grandfather. And this is something where we are losing, the transmission of recipes, of ideas, because this was a completely different world, but they cook with passion. Not only because some houses, they need to cook because they need to survive and do food for the kids and everything. But the key of the recipes, for sure, when you was a kid, you say, oh, I love always, you know, the stew who my grandma do it. Get that recipe. Call your grandma and say, Mom, I want to learn. I want to learn that recipe. I want to keep it and share with my kids. And for sure, you're going to dream about, okay, I know how I ask. I know the recipe who I get now in my mind. Not me, the grandma. They have the answer for sure.
Jose, thank you for participating in #World Food Day. We wish you the very best on your journey.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Amazing. Thank you, Jose Catriman, for those insightful words and for sharing your passion for farm-to-table dining. We wish you the very best with your future work. Next, we're honored to share a special statement from the Director of Food and Nutrition Division at the Food Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, Lynette Neufeld, a leading expert in global nutrition and food systems. Let's hear now from the amazing Lynette Neufeld.
Lynette, can you tell us about your journey to becoming FAO's Director of Nutrition?
Sure. Well, I've been working in nutrition for getting close to 40 years, unbelievably. My first position was as the Director of Nutritional Epidemiology at the National Institute of Public Health in Mexico. It was the perfect start to the journey to come here. It is an academic position. It's an academic institution, the National Institute of Public Health. But the purpose of that institution is to generate evidence that will be used directly by the government to make public policy related to improving nutrition for the population. So while I was an academic, I was already on the pathway to working very much at this intersection of nutrition and policymaking, in evidence, nutrition evidence and policymaking.
Can you tell us why FAO's World Food Day is so important?
Well, World Food Day is a time for us to pause and reflect on how important food is for us. Clearly, it nourishes us. We can't live without it. But it's so much more than that. And I'll only speak from the nutrition side. It's much more, agriculture is much more for many. But let me talk to the nutrition side. Food is fundamental for us to survive and thrive, grow, development, and function in all of our capacities. But it's also culture and tradition and celebration in family. And World Food Day, the way it has been and is being celebrated at FAO, is a moment for us to appreciate all of those aspects of the food that we grow and consume.
Can you explain to us how the right to food relates to healthy diets, legislation, and dietary guidelines?
Yes, definitely. So the right to food is the right to be well-nourished and to be consuming a diet that meets those aspects of tradition and culture and responds to the availability and affordability of food. So let's take that in 3 steps. First, in terms of what's healthy for us. A healthy diet is one that is adequate in nutrients without excess. It's balanced in energy and the sources of energy. It's diverse in the foods that we consume, and it's moderate in the consumption of unhealthy foods. Those principles are universal. They're based on the science behind human biology. But how that translates into what we eat, any individual at any point in the world, is extremely contextual. It depends on food availability and affordability, on tradition, culture, preferences, and a myriad of other factors. Dietary guidelines are what take those four universal principles and translate them into what does a healthy diet look like in this particular context with all of those considerations taken. Legislation is what can help us achieve that. We have to be looking at what are the incentives, the fiscal incentives, the policies that help and aid the food system in ensuring that those foods are available and affordable for consumers to choose those healthy foods. And that also requires sometimes some level of legislation that restricts the marketing of unhealthy foods to certain populations and can educate and support a consumer in making those healthy choices. So a critical role there for legislation, both in terms of enabling the right choices and informing and aiding the consumer to make them, both in terms of availability, accessibility, and the aspects of individual choice.
What fundamental changes need to occur to make healthy and nutritious foods more accessible?
That's a very good question. So I will put them into three buckets. First of all, related to the production and the access to food. We really need to take a hard look at our food system and use our dietary guidelines in context to assess the extent to which current production priorities are enabling the access. That requires some fiscal policy repurposing. We've seen it in the SOFI report, what the options are for doing that, but it's fundamental. Right now, if one goes into the market, one does not necessarily find the variety of nutritious foods that are in a price point that is accessible to the population. And there's far too much options that are not healthy, heavily marketed, often comparatively cheaper, and appealing for many, many reasons for consumers. So there's the other role, that second role, what needs to change. We need to put policies in place that protect and educate consumers to nudge them in that right direction and enable them to make those informed choices.
How can people who are interested find out more about World Food Day and FAO's work, and particularly in nutrition?
Well, there's lots of different ways. First of all, I would point you in the direction of our website, where there is a lot of information about FAO's work in nutrition and work more broadly. There's a lot of communication through the social media channels about World Food Day that people on Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn can find through the FAO links. And of course, if it's difficult to find the kind of document or kind of information you're looking for, please do reach out to us at nutrition@fao.org.
Incredible. Thank you, Lynette Neufeld, for your moving words. We are truly grateful for your support. For our next interview, I am delighted to introduce Christian Czocznuk, the founder of Juntos Ibiza. Christian is a passionate advocate for merging traditional farming practices with cutting-edge approaches to foster environmental stewardship and social impact. You're in for a real treat. The work they are doing is truly groundbreaking. So please join me in welcoming Christian Czocznuk to World Food Day.
Christian, CEO and founder of Juntos Ibiza. Welcome to #Food Day.
Thank you very much.
Christian, tell us about your journey. How did you get here today?
I grew up in a business family in Sweden, and from very young, growing up with the values that you have to give back if you've been fortunate in life. So after high school, I started working for an NGO, working primarily with children and youth 13 to 19. After 5 years in that NGO, I ended up with a lot of the kind of funding, applications, sponsorship relationships, budgets, and all of that I was running away from. And I realized that, I'm not going to be that social entrepreneur on the field, but realizing that there was a lack of understanding of kind of business and finance in the nonprofit sector. and I thought I wanted to learn the ropes, kind of. So I moved to London, studied finance, ended up working for one of these big investment banks, then went into kind of the venture investing space, and then I became a father. And it's like you raise your gaze just a few centimeters, and all of a sudden you're looking generations out. Instead of thinking about my life and my choices and my lifetime, all of a sudden I'm thinking about my kids, and I'm thinking about my grandkids and all the future generations. And then you start asking yourself again, or I started asking myself again, the big questions of life, like what are we doing and where are we heading? And there was a particular retreat I was at when I was sitting in nature. I grew up in nature. I always spent time in nature, but it was a very material relationship. But this was a more spiritual relationship, realizing that nature is everything we got, and everything we have comes from the natural world. The air that we breathe, the water that we drink, the food that we eat, the clothes that we wear, the shelters that we build, everything we have comes from the natural world. And if we want to have a future to believe in, we need to be in service of the natural world, and we need to invest into the natural world, and we need to look at our value chains. And value chains, it's, if you think about it, every single value chain, if you go back to the beginning, it starts with nature, and we receive that value from nature one way or another. And the way that we receive that value, either we harvest or we extract. And that realization of looking at our value chains brought me to the concept of small-scale organic regenerative agriculture, and realizing that this is an incredible opportunity for our generation to transition our food system.
Could you talk to me about what's concerning you in relation to the issues, the global issues around food?
I don't know if you've heard of the Potsdam Institute of Climate Resilience. It was started by a guy called Johan Rockström, and they coined the terms planetary boundaries. And he has a quote saying, the food system is the single largest driver of transgression of planetary boundaries. And when you look at the numbers, it's really horrific. 30% of the emission comes from the food system, and food and agriculture together. That means, every time you eat a meal, you're contributing to 30% of the emissions. And the airline industry is 2%. So 15 times more from the food we eat and the planes that we travel. And how often do we fly, and how often do we eat? And if that wasn't bad enough, it's also 80% of deforestation, 70% of freshwater use, and 70% of terrestrial biodiversity loss. And, at the base of that is the insects, and the insect is the base of the food system. You take the insects away and the whole system collapses. And this is the harsh reality. We are running a high-speed train right into a rock wall, and we're contributing to this 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, dinner. And it's terrifying, the idea that food, that is our greatest blessing. Every culture in the world bless their food. And we turn this greatest blessing in our lives into the greatest curse. We're cursing our physical bodies, we're cursing our natural world, and we're cursing the future of our children. And that is just a terrifying thought.
In relation to the food crisis we face, how are you trying to address these challenges?
What I just said is terrifying and really depressing. The good news is, of all the challenges that we have, this problem, we have the tools, we have the answers. We can grow food in a way that not only takes away these negative effects that we have, but introduces positive feedback loops in nature and helps to restore the ecosystem. And a lot of people talk about human beings as like, oh, nothing needs the human beings. We're a curse on this planet. We're a cancer on this planet. Take away the humans and nature will recover. And to an extent, it's true. We created systems that destroy nature. So if you take us away, you take away our system and nature will recover. But nothing needs the beaver, but the beaver has a role to play. It's called a keystone species. You let a bunch of beavers out in a natural zone, they will build dams, and the dams will accumulate water. Water creates vegetation. Vegetation retains humidity. Humidity attracts rain, more water, more vegetation, more humidity, more rain, more water. And this is the cycle of life. And you put a bunch of beavers out in a region, and they will transform that bioregion in a decade. And we have the capacity to be a keystone species if we choose to. But then we need to think differently in the way that we produce food. And there was one model that really kind of clicked with me. It comes from a foundation in Holland called Common Land. And it's not only them who arrived to this conclusion, but they framed it really, really well. They look at bioregions, and the way you define a bioregion is by a shared water cycle. And then you say, how do we optimize this water cycle? And you start with 3 zones: the natural zones, the agricultural zones, and the economic zones, saying, what does the natural zone need? Basically the forest. What can we do to strengthen the forest, the health of the forest? And then how can we farm in a way that is within the boundaries of this ecosystem and that supports the natural zone? And then what type of economic activities, infrastructure, resources, and services do we need to conduct these activities? And when you look at farming, you arrive at 4 principles that is the optimal way of farming. And what we're trying to do here with Juntos is to say, what is the optimal way of farming? Because there's a spectrum of things you can do, from factory farming, industrial farming, large-scale monoculture, organic farming, and then you have a whole range of different farming techniques that you can implement. And what we're saying, what is the optimal system? And we arrive at 4 principles: small scale, diversified, organic, and regenerative. And the key here is regenerative. Our role as a farmer is to feed the soil. And if we feed the soil feed the plants, and the plants feed us. If we don't feed the soil, the plants feed from the soil, and we extract from the soil if we don't put those nutrients back. So we are builders of soil, not growers of plants. The soil grows the plants. The problem with this system is that you end up with small farms with multiple activities. And each of these activities, you need to learn, you need to buy, you need to build, you need to manage. That's CapEx and that's OpEx. And then you produce low volumes. And the market price is subsidized to the bottom. And it's impossible to cover your cost and recover your investments. So we have a business model challenge here, an ecosystem challenge, and a value chain challenge. And what we're trying to do with this infrastructure that we have behind us, we have 7,000 square meters of sheds, and we are rebuilding these into a hub where we can invest into infrastructure that not benefit our farm, but that benefit a community of farms. And by servicing a community of farms, then we can split these costs and these investments on multiple participants and basically improve the unit economics of each farm. So that's what we're doing on the cost side. And then on the revenue side, we're trying to really build something that is super attractive and inspire people to take part by, embracing beauty, arts, crafts, entertainment, experience, and making sure that anything that happens here is not just a functional product or a functional activity, but an experience. And by doing that, tapping into the desire and the hearts of people to say, I want to be part of this. I don't understand all of these things around, but it looks so nice and it feels so good. And I want to go there with my kids. I want to go there with my grandparents. Want to go there with my friends, and I want to celebrate. And by doing that, we're hoping that we can drive more interest, higher revenues, higher margins, and then make sure that those flow back to farmers, so we can start making sure that the right type of farming also offers a viable livelihood.
So if people want to find out more about Juntos Ibiza, where do they go?
Well, juntosfarm.com, juntos.farm is our Instagram. We also have a restaurant called Juntos House, so juntos.house is the Instagram for that one. And just come to Ibiza. We are just one. Juntos means together, and we are a whole community of people that are really committed to this movement and trying to make this happen. And you can just come here and plug in, but the best part of it all is that this is not something we made up here. This was started with Rudolf Steiner in the 50s, and it was amplified by the flower power movement, and it's been growing ever since. This movement is happening everywhere around the world in your community, and you just have to look for it. And we can all chip in. We can go there, we can support them, we can buy from them, we can help them. Farmers today, especially small-scale diversified farmers, they are stretched beyond their limits. And, they are supposed to work with the land, but they are accountants, they are salespeople, they are marketeers, they are event producers. And for whatever your vocation is, there's a way to support that local farmer. So find your local community and support it.
Thank you for participating in Hashtag Food Day.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was the incredible Christian Jochnik. Thank you so much for your inspirational words. It is an honor to have you as part of #World Food Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Let's smash 1 million viewers. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. For our next guest, I am delighted to introduce April Jackson, Chief Restaurateur and founder of Wood and Water. Welcome, April, to #World Food Day.
April, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so the first thing that I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
So people call me a chef. I always say I cook and people pay for it, thankfully. I have always had dreams of being in hospitality. My friends tell me that often when I was in school, I would talk about having a restaurant. The trauma of having them has erased those memories from my mind. But I got into the business of food because I'm from Jamaica and I wanted to use food as the way to tell my story of what being Jamaican means. So I started my first restaurant 9 years ago. And we have evolved since. And now as a mother, my perspective on food is quite different. I now read the labels and I'm often talking about how we should be feeding our children better.
Okay, talk to me a little bit about, wood and water and all of these things, that the sort of evolution of your journey. Talk to us a little bit about the labels. Talk to us about the change now you have a young child and what kind of things we as parents should also think about.
So, some of the things that really stick out to me personally is that the way we feed kids in the UK is very different to the way I was raised on food. For example, you look at breakfast and the idea that we start our days with cereal or toast. I understand the convenience, but I think that we have lost the essence of food being nutrition. And we think of food a little bit of convenience and pleasure. As we see with our kids, the fact is that in England, 1 every 10 minutes, a child is having their tooth extracted at a hospital because of tooth decay. Our children are eating more than twice the amount of the recommended daily consumption of sugar. And personally, I think it also has a lot of impact on our child's behavior. I have twins, they are 3.5, and I'm very blessed that they eat absolutely everything. They still do not consume any refined sugar. They don't consume any ultra-processed foods ever. And I'm keeping it that way for as long as possible. And of course, I plan on introducing these foods perhaps later on when we can achieve, everybody loves to talk about moderation. And so I do plan on teaching balance, but I think that it's really important to teach our children as early as possible to have a positive experience with healthy foods.
And why do you think something like World Food Day, this global conversation going on today, people all over the world tuning in and watching us now, why is a day like this so important, do you think?
I think, it's really interesting that World Food Day began in 1979 when hunger was at the top of the priority list. And of course, millions are still hungry. And that is super important for us to have these conversations as to how to help people. With my restaurant, we have been the largest individual donor to my local food bank since 2017, because I felt that if I'm in the business of food, I also want to use food to help others who don't have access to it. I think that now as the world evolves, World Food Day will also evolve, because for the first time, obesity is a larger threat to global health than hunger. And I think that a lot of that comes from education, but also we cannot deny the fact that to eat healthy foods is becoming somewhat exclusive, and it shouldn't be a privilege. Access to healthy food is a right that we should all be able to enjoy.
Completely agree. I want to ask you, you've got a lot of knowledge on a lot of different issues around food, right? And people have the opportunity to hear some of that. I want to ask you for some advice for individuals who might want to contribute in terms of making a difference, to the planet, in relation to some of the crises that we face around food. What advice would you give us? What kind of knowledge would you like to share?
I think the first thing I'd like to share is just because you can't solve the whole problem, let us not underestimate the value in making really small changes. I think that meal planning and batch cooking, so if you're going to take your Sunday evening and you're going to prepare your meals for the week, you're more likely to reduce your food waste. It is also shocking to me how many people think that it is dangerous to eat leftover rice. Whoever makes the right amount of rice each time? And so I think it's also important for us to educate ourselves on the correct food storage techniques. And of course, we should know how long food can last in our fridge. But for me, for example, I always steam my kids' veg once a week and it lasts me 5 to 7 days. And people seem mind blown that you can actually keep your food in the fridge for that long under healthy conditions. So reducing food waste, even as a chef, as a restaurateur, those things are clearly important to me also for the bottom line, but also because it pains my heart to throw away food in the bin when you think how many people are in need. I think that buying locally as much as possible is a great way to start. It helps sustainable farming, also reducing your carbon footprint, as you said, for the environment. But having these conversations as well about how we think about food is a small thing that we can all start doing just to plant those seeds that hopefully later on will flourish into bigger ideas.
Amazing. Listen, I'm a dad. I'm a single dad. And so in terms of like, when you're talking about steaming the vegetables there, just give me a top tip on how I know how to steam vegetables, but if I steam for 5 days, what am I doing? Am I putting them in Tupperware and then I take them out each day? How do I warm them without destroying them?
So with steaming, first of all, let me just quickly say that steaming retains nutrients better than your roasting, your boiling. Steaming is the best way to retain the nutrients in your veg. But in terms of prep, I always just keep the stacks. So you have your little steaming stacks and you have a quick rotation. And then I put everything into Tupperware. And can I just say, if we can, could we please use glass Tupperware instead of plastic Tupperware? But that's probably for another conversation. And then when I keep it in, I take it out and that will become your pack lunch. So it doesn't actually get reheated. Again, we have this idea that we must always reheat the food and then we have to wait because it's piping hot. So we have to wait for it to cool down. Whereas your child probably will just eat it straight on the plate. But you can always, quickly put it in a pan with a bit of olive oil and bring that up to temperature if you like. But I promise you, you and your babies will not get ill after eating some steamed veg that you cooked 4 days ago.
That's amazing. Thank you for that tip. I love that. Great stuff. So look, if people would like to support you and your work, find information, what can we read? Where do we go?
So in terms of my restaurant, I am based in Brixton. It is called Wood and Water because Jamaica means land of wood and water. And I guarantee you have never had Jamaican food like mine. In terms of talking about food, I do a lot of talking about food on TikTok. I got pulled into the social media realm, and that is probably majority of my content about how to feed our children healthy foods in an easy way.
Well, I'm definitely going to see you on TikTok, April, and I'm coming down to Brixton. Jamaica is like one of my most favorite places in the world, so I can't.
Baby, it's the best island in the world.
It really is. I really wish that people could have the opportunity to go there, as many people as possible, because it's an incredible, inspirational country with one of the greatest musicians that was ever lived. Who was an inspiration to us all, the dear Bob Marley.
Amazing.
Yeah, man. Okay. Well, listen, it's lovely to talk to you, April. And I really wish you the very best on your journey, and thank you for joining us for #World Food Day.
Thank you.
That was the incredible April Jackson, such an amazing figure from the world of food. Now we move on to a really exciting panel discussion on how organic farming in Ibiza is transforming the food system. Christian Jocnik, founder of Juntos Ibiza, will be joined by Ana Diogon, translator and political scientist, Jose Catriman, chef at La Granja, alongside Ismael Torres Costa, deputy to the CEO of Juntos Farm. Let's go to the panel in Ibiza right now.
Hello everyone, welcome to Ibiza. We're sitting here at Juntos Farm and we're going to talk about food, farming and community on the island of Ibiza. But we think that the learnings that we have here in Ibiza are relevant for the whole world and this movement that is emerging globally. And here on Ibiza, over the last 20 years, we've lost about 60% of our farming activity At one point, every square inch of this island was cultivated. Now only 10% is cultivated. So in effect, we lost almost 90% of the agricultural activity on this island. But we've seen an incredible resurgence over the last 10 years. And it's been driven by many different communities. There's a strong local community that is rebuilding the agricultural sector, but also an international community that have created new farms and new projects on this island. And we have today with us 3 people that have all chosen to either come back to this island or come to this island and been part of this movement. And we are super excited to share their stories with you today. And since we are here on Ibiza, why don't we start with the Ibizenco? My colleague actually, Ismael Torres. Isma, why don't you tell us quickly about yourself?
Yeah, as you said, I'm originally from Ibiza. I just went out to study in such a nice city as Madrid. I specialize in finance. I start to work, to progress in big companies. And yeah, I was ready to take the world, but suddenly you turn years and you start to think in words like family, friends, life quality, get more important, and other words such as purpose or impact, start to come to you. And I was doing something that I really liked it, but I was missing another part that was like feeling realized. And getting back to the island and starting to know Christian and his amazing project, for me it was a huge opportunity to realize or to feel myself realized with this amazing project. And this is why I'm here in Juntos, working together with Christian.
Thank you very much, Isma. We are very happy to have you here. And Jose, you also have decided to make this island your home. You don't come from here, you come from Chile. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, how you arrived to the island and what you do here?
Hello, everyone. First of everything, I want to really be thank you for being part of that and to share a little bit my history, who I find like something inspired for all of us as well. No, I'm from Argentina, Patagonia. Yeah, but no, don't worry. Mm-hmm. And I find like Ibiza is my house. It's a place where I want to live. And who I am a father, first of everything, for 3 amazing, beautiful kids. I'm a lover. I have my Julieta, who is my inspired love. And in the other part, I have a chef. I work I connected with the food, the elements. And I come to Ibiza just looking behind the food situation, and I find here all my inspiration about how I can do for something for feel good, no? For be part of this process in a different way, to be really connected with the land, with the customer, with the products, to be an artist in some way. And then I feel so blessed to find my place for me, for my family.
Amazing. Thank you, Jose. It's been a pleasure to get to know you over these years, and we're going to dive a little bit more into your experiences. But I also want to introduce Anna. Anna, you have a long history with Ibiza, and you were part of when this new movement of agricultural activity on Ibiza started, and then you've gone on to do really amazing things and really been bringing together, regenerative farming practices with food. And we're going to go a little bit deeper into that in a bit, but just tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm very lucky because my parents brought me up bilingually, Spanish, English, and also loving nature. And so what you receive as a child really sets the basis for your future, no? And so it's great that family is such an important thing, that we really care for that and create the right space for that. So I was looking for how can I provide to the world? How can I bring my skills, my talents to add to this world? Instead of extract, how can I add? So for many years I was in activism, climate activism and that kind of thing, and just got burnt out because it was a constant fight against what I don't want to see. And so I decided I want to work in favor of what I do want to see, put my energy into the positive of what I want to see. And so I came to Ibiza, coming from the city, from that city work in London, and I came here and just fell in love with the nature and discovered my own inner nature, and worked with a really great project here on the island, Casita Verde, which was a space for people to come and see how to have a better impact on the planet. And from there, had a partner who's a farmer, and so realized that actually it isn't just about the waste that we produce and the water that we use, it's about the food that we eat and how it's produced. Yeah. So with a bunch of other people, we reactivated the local Organic Farmers Association. That was 20 years ago, and it's still going strong right now. It's amazing what's happening here. It's just such a joy to watch what's going on here in Ibiza. And so that was my introduction into farming. And by 2009, I had a crisis in my life where I thought I was dying. And I thought, if I'm staying on this planet, what am I actually gonna really do? Like, what do I wanna see? So I was like, so what do I wanna see in the world? And at that point, my profession is interpreting. I was interpreting some of the most amazing people in the world in regenerative farming that was just beginning that term. And also in facilitation of human processes. How do we create spaces for people to nurture each other and grow in a healthy way in community? So the farmers who were learning about these things felt very alone. Yeah. So I realized we need community around these farmers. Mm-hmm. So for the next 15 years, my mission is, and still is, to help or to provide spaces and moments and network and the energy for people to be able to connect from a different space and be able to find solutions together. Because we're in this boat together, and we're not going to solve this separately, individually. We have to go together on this. And so, but for that, we need to overcome some of our personal challenges and conflicts with each other. So we need to create those spaces. It's a new culture we need to create. So with that new paradigm, you know, it's about not just the food, it's the relationships that we have with each other and with food.
And I think this is a really interesting moment to just clarify for the audience, because I don't know if everyone is aware of organic and regenerative, and there's different types of regenerative. Would you like to share a little bit about, you know, when you talk about we need to change the way we farm, what do you mean?
So we need to farm in such a way that we are revitalizing the ecosystem instead of just extracting food and leaving the place worse. We can actually farm, and this is the good news. It can be done, absolutely, so that we can revitalize the soil, and in healthy soil, have healthy plants, healthy animals, and healthy people who eat that. So for me, one of my big concerns is health, holistic health of the whole ecosystem, and that starts in the soil. So that's what we can care for as we farm.
Yeah, and I think, you know, La Granja was probably the first kind of project on this island from, you know, international community that created something around farming that kind of popped, that became super, you know, exciting, and lots of people talking about it. Everyone was so, you know, it became a hype, and you were there at the core of it, and I just wanted to see, Jose, were you surprised by the reception? How did you feel?
For me, it was like a complete revelation. You know, I come like from work like in a really high class restaurants around the world, and when I came to Ibiza and find like that way to connect with the products and share to the people, it was like something who really everything started to have like a sense. You know, because you are really chefs in some way are really disconnected with the products, with everything. In some way, they work like you know, to try to make something nice. The people like it, but they forget it about the other process. And you know, La Granja gave me the chance to be that, to be like with the farmer, really partners, to eat together, to talk. Okay, how is good? How you feeling about that? And you know, get all the experience or the passion from can feel it from the aubergine. Bring it to me, you know, and when we eat it, I can start to feel it, all that connection. And then I was like, in some way, the people who communicate to my team first to get that passion. And it was all sitting together around an aubergine, and always get like a different history, how the family cook, how it was like a new generation, the grandmother and everything. And then when we was sitting in front of the customers, sending like the products, it was like a completely another history. We do like something simple. But you know, when we tell the history about, you know, the products, the rain, how important is all that process. Really, the people can feel it, can test it. And then it was, these people really, La Granja was a place to really find like a really international community, and they can get that idea. It was something really strong to put these seeds in the mind of these people, because they say, oh, this is not only cool, this is amazing. They really test. And then they say, wow, why are so disconnected with that? We can eat in the more famous restaurants from around the world, but in some way we are missing the connection to the simplicity and get back to that things. And for me, like a chef, it was like, okay, this is gonna be my mission. First of everything for my kids as well, but for the population of chefs, to say we need to connect with that. We need to really be like a partners together to say, like, listen, this is so important. It's not only look nice and have like a Michelin star. It's like something who tastes good, it's good for your community, it's good to be together for the kids' education, health needs, doctors, everything is really so involved. We are building this kind of community to share something who is amazing. And I feel like this was a complete revelation. I changed my whole way to cook, to be part of the food process. And I always try to share that, to say, okay, check around you, who is next to you, who the products come from. And this is a really nice history to take in your dish. You don't need to put fancy. You need to just explain to the guests. And the customer really is gonna get it really deep. And this is gonna be, okay, how I can find that? How I can know more.
I got inspired by La Granja when in the early days of just trying to make sense of this urge that I had within me to work with the land and create something exciting. It was sitting at La Granja, I could, start framing it. Oh, maybe like La Granja, but like this or like that. And I thought, it's really been sensational what happened in the international community. But Isma, you represent, two populations here, or three, I would say. First of all, you're young, you're 30 years old, so you're the next generation coming up. The second, you're local Ibicenco, and the third, you're also coming from the world of business and finance. And I remember when I first met you, you hadn't heard much about these farming ways, and I want to ask you two questions. One is, how did you feel and how did you make sense of this when you came here and we started talking about it? And then I wanted to hear, you have been interacting a lot with the older farming population here on Ibiza, and when you share what you've learned with them, what type of response do you get?
Yeah, I will say that the response to both of your questions is something that Jose mentioned, that it's getting back to basics. I'm coming from this business world where I went there because I wanted to understand how was like running the world, why the prices were getting up, down, why the world was moving in that direction on the other. And then I realized that being here 6 months and looking at around me, it's like, wow, I've been missing a lot of things that are like the basic things and the important things, and understanding the vast, the trees, the vegetables, the fruits, everything. And it's all getting everything simpler and basic, and what it's really essential and important for us. And I have an anecdote with my family that when I explained them that I was getting back to the island after 12 years abroad, and they asked me like, what are you gonna do? What can you do here with your experience in Ibiza? I say, no, I'm gonna farm. They say like, what the hell? Yeah, no, it's a new way of farming. It's a regenerative way of farming. And they were looking at, my grandfather, 80 years old, looking at me like, what? And then I started to explain, no, because regenerative farming, it's about this practice, the other. And he was looking at me like, this is what I've been doing like for 50 years, So these are the kind of things that have bring me here to the local, to the present moments, and to enjoy what we are doing here at Juntos Farm.
Amazing. And I think, Anna, you are not just part of the early days of the movement here on Ibiza, or the nascent movement, the new movement, but you have also started to organize farmers all over Spain and Portugal, and now increasingly being involved with EARA, the European Alliance of Regenerative Agriculture. And, we are sitting here in our little microcosm and we're super excited. And you're seeing more like a pan-European picture. And how do you feel about what's happening and this movement that is emerging, and what are you feeling right now?
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I couldn't imagine 15 years ago that when I personally made my commitment to this journey, that we would be at this stage just 15 years later. It's been a lot of work of many people, and it is continually, and at the same time, the growth is exponential in the interest of people, just the general public that needs and knows that we need to do things better for the planet, we need to do things better for our kids, and we need to do things better for our health. Like, we need to eat better, and this is something that, and also getting pleasure again out of food, and that knowing that food is actually healing the planet instead of damaging it. Yeah. That's like a big step in people's awareness, and it's happening. And there's more and more attention from also public administrations and generally the political system in this kind of thing, because people's desires drive also what politicians know they need to say and try to do. It's just that these are very slow processes, the political processes. So part of the role of EARA, the European Alliance of Regenerative Agriculture, which was created last year with pioneering regenerative farmers from 20 European countries, people who are in their own right, each one of them is a leader in their region. And these farmers come together to create a European alliance because it's understood that we're stronger together, and that there needs to be a voice for the farmers that official institutions can speak to. And it's very interesting. There's a study where they evaluate amongst the general audience the different profiles of people who has the most credibility amongst the general audience. And politicians or even journalists have like 20-30% credibility for people. But the sector of the population that has the most credibility right now for the audience are farmers. 70%. So the farmer's voice is more and more being sought and heard and placed in the right places. At the same time, we need to be very aware of things like greenwashing and what we can now call farmer washing, where a farmer is invited to a panel or is invited to a space to say we've included farmers, but then where does that go, right? So this is important as well. We can't be like, oh, it's all rosy, and no, there's an interest, but we need to be there to give it the depth of knowledge and of positive, constructive action that can be done together.
And how can people support, learn more, get engaged, support the important work that you are doing with Agricultura Regenerativa Ibérica and with EARA? Can you give people an idea of how to engage?
Yeah, the main thing people can do from their own home is to connect with local farmers, to go to your local farmers market, to actually find out how that food is being produced, not from a judgmental point of view, but just to say, hey, have you heard about this? Do you do organic? And have you heard about regenerative? Oh, well, we have a website. The Spanish Association is the first one that's in Spanish, and we really want to provide good information there. So that's agriculturaregenerativa.es. People can go there and have a look. But also, you just having conversations with people, like when you go to the shop to buy food, to actually ask, so how is this produced? Where does it come from? Oh, it comes from Peru. I'm not going to buy it because it may say organic, but it's not organic. It's come all that way. So it's about asking the questions and going to a restaurant and saying, where does your meat come from? Most times they don't know themselves in the restaurant. So it's like, oh, well, really, I encourage you to find out. And there's this website where you can buy grass-fed, 100% food, meat in Spain. So go there and have a look, And so it's about having conversations at the hairdressers, in the taxi, There's these conversations with people where you can start to sow those seeds, and there's places you can go to find out more, especially locally, find the people locally. And then also there's a national network of the Spanish Association of Regenerative Agriculture. We're there to help and provide information. And at the European level, there's a great website there for the Alliance, eara.farm. There's really good information there, and really good action is being developed right now to actually reach decision makers in Brussels with specific proposals that come from those pioneering farmers, because the laws also need to be changed. Right now, a lot of people who are trying to do things regeneratively find the law doesn't allow them to, or it makes it super difficult. And you guys know that at Juntos. I mean, you having to go through all the different steps of the paperwork and at La Granja, it's like, it's a mission.
Clarkson's farm is actually really interesting. We're facing very similar challenges with that. So, this. Thank you, Anna, and it's so beautiful the work that is happening and the ecosystem that is emerging locally, regionally, nationally, and globally. But if we come back to the local, you guys were part of sparking this movement on the experience level, but tell us, how can people engage with La Granja today, or where is La Granja going as a project? Because you are not a public place anymore, so where is La Granja going?
But now, after 3 years, try to get it, realize how we gonna try to do it, and we find in a deeper ourselves, because we still be part of La Granja. We feel that, try to build a real community around us, to get the knowledge to the people. In one moment we was really inspiring one part of the population who was the customer of La Granja, and now we really try to say, okay, we want to do retreats, try to build community, try to put in some way, schools who can pass the day in La Granja, just to try to feel the experience and try to build that kind of community. People who can get a little bit of information to say where you can move, where you can be. Of course, for myself, I developed my own company who are a kind of catering, but in some way, I am ambassador for that. And you was one of who helped me to do that, when we was together here in Juntos Farm. And it was something real, people in Ibiza consume really a lot of private chef, but bring that kind of idea. Even if you have the luxury to get your private chef, I really want to tell as well how the product come from, how you can invest in that, to send your private chef around your house to find the local products, to find your own community, and take that circular system together and be inside of that. With La Granja, we always get that kind of beautiful place to try to get interesting people who come and have this amazing farmers table to say we can be here to share knowledge without profit, only to cultivate our inner gardens, our crops and everything, and it's something beautiful to feel part of that and invest our time to do that. Small community together with you, with all the people, Andrea, all the people who are all together, this network. I'm here to facilitate myself, about the food, communication system and everything. Everyone who needed about that, I want to be part of that in some way. With La Granja, of course, it was my mentor place, and it was the place who was really inspired me, and it's the place where my kids grows and they know about everything in that place. And for me, I feel okay, this is something where the people can have access for a farm that you do here, put the kids in the farm, just to go there and eat and try and get that interaction to say, oh man, be a farmer is something so important in all the way where we can do it and be part of all this process like a kid is something okay. You need to have that in your life. And then this is a way we're gonna do and feel like something super happy.
Can we follow it somewhere? Is there a website, an Instagram?
We start to building. We're gonna put it, but we start to build it a little bit. We are doing some kind of process, but we are restart. We are restart to build
so people should keep their eyes open.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Isma, tell us a little bit about Juntos. How can people engage with Juntos today?
Juntos is an amazing project. I will say that it's the most ambitious and impactful project here in Ibiza. And it's a journey that, it started 7, 8 years ago, but when it got real capacity, it was 2 years ago when we arrived here to this abandoned farm. So what we are doing now is to reactivating this farm because in order to support this transition to a local, small, organic, regenerative farm or way of doing farming, we always speak that we need to solve two topics or two sides. One side is in terms of costs, we need to reduce costs, and I think here with this infrastructure and with these shared tools, the local farmers can benefit of having such a big infrastructure in the island. And on the other side, we are creating or transforming from short-lived basic products into long-life value-add products. And with this, we are building demand, and we are doing it through similar experience as you are doing in La Granja with food, gastronomic experience, but also in terms of workshops and educational activities. So this is a private space, but we are opening it to all the people that want to visit us. So every day you can come here, you can enjoy our facilities, and also on Saturdays you can join our jornadas en La Granja, where we experience food, educational, ambient and vibes. That it's something amazing that you can come, or you can just follow us on Instagram at Juntosfarm.
Juntos.farm and juntosfarm.com. Thank you, Isma. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Anna. It's been so nice to share this space with you. And I also want to say that, there is a really exciting movement here on Ibiza. There are ways that you can read about it and plug in. Ibiza Produce is a great tool to see about all the farms and markets and shops that are selling eco here on the island. You also have Sabores Ibiza that celebrates local products and local produce. You have a number of farmers markets today. You have the classic ones in Ibiza town and in Santa Eulalia. You also have the Cooperativa San Antonio that do a market every Friday. You also have Forada that do a market every Saturday. And you can always come to Juntos Farm with your whole family and learn and enjoy. And there's many, many more things. So Google Ibiza farming and you will find lots of resources. Plug into the community. It's a vibrant ecosystem and there's lots of beautiful things happening for the whole family. So please welcome to Ibiza and join the movement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Christian, Anna, Ishmael, and Jose for that insightful panel. We are so honored to have your support, and we wish you all the very best in your future work. Now, we're excited to welcome Dana Cohen, an award-winning editor, author, podcast host, and founder of The Progressive Hedonist. Please join me in welcoming Dana Cohen to Hashtag World Food Day.
Dana, welcome to Hashtag Food Day.
I'm so excited to be here for Hashtag Food Day.
Brilliant. Well, we're pleased you're here. So tell us about yourself and your journey in relation to food.
I have been on a food journey for, well, I guess since you're born, you eat. So I guess the journey begins then. But as a kid, I didn't care about food. No one in my family cared about food. I had no relatives who cared about food. So I'm one of those people who is sort of a blank slate in terms of food, making it delicious, caring about its impact on people. But in an unlikely turn of events, about 30 years ago, I got the job as editor-in-chief of Food and Wine magazine. Not the job you'd think that someone who's never cooked before would get. But the minute that I became editor-in-chief, I also joined an organization called City Harvest that feeds, that is the connection really between those who have too much food, which would be like restaurants, and those who don't have enough to eat. And so to me, these identities around food have always been twinned. How can I celebrate food through the magazine and the lifestyle? And then how can we also make sure that people in our local area and then, greater country and the globe are well fed? So from Food and Wine, I went on to found something called Progressive Hedonist, where I've taken that notion of pleasure that was firmly established at Food and Wine. We really cared about people just taking the most pleasure from their food, gathering with friends, celebrating, eating the food from local farmers. And now with Progressive Hedonist, is taking that sense of pleasure and recognizing that today you actually cannot experience pleasure if you're not also thinking about the planet, right? So if I'm eating something that's destroying a mangrove, there's no pleasure in that. That's just depressing. And the flip side is if you eat with the climate in mind, there's so much joy to be found. So I find that there's a connection between food, climate, and joy, because with food, you can affect 30% of the greenhouse gases and really feel like your individual choices are making a difference. How great is that?
Incredible. I mean, that brings me nicely on to the next question. I mean, you've got great knowledge in relation to food and the challenges that the world's facing in relation to its consumption, distribution, and associated impact. I mean, I've been learning a lot about that associated impact, and it's kind of pretty extraordinary when we look at the kind of the big issues that the world faces, and 70% of the kind of, you know, the major issues that we're facing in relation to what we're eating. So I wanted to ask you, which aspect would you like to talk about today as a kind of key priority? And what do you think the individual can play, or the role they can play in a positive, having a positive impact?
I think there is so much that the individual can do to impact climate through food. And I think it's quite underrepresented because there's also a lot of policy change and corporate change and government change that needs to happen. But in order to do that, we need consumer will. We need people who are individuals to say, this issue matters to me. And with Progressive Hedonist, we look at many different ways in which the individual can participate. One is just knowing where your food comes from, which we've been saying forever. So I'm not saying that that's a new idea, but supporting your local food system, whether it's your local farmer or your local food bank, because we are talking about, you know, hungry people today. That is one place you can start. It's where you put your dollars. So sometimes when people say, you know, the eggs are too expensive from my local farmer, I'm saying, yes, but you're supporting the farmer, the soil, their family, that community. Like, let's not think just about the $9 and how it affects your pocket, but how it affects the entire community that you live within. The individual cannot waste food. Right? So this has been the most joyful part of my Progressive Hedonist journey, looking at what I'm buying and making sure that I use all of it. This turns out to be much harder than you think. And there's a couple of fun strategies that I've tried. You could take out a refrigerator drawer, so you just have less space, forces you to buy smaller quantities. And also keeping a waste notebook. So I recognize now that lettuce, I just shouldn't buy lettuce. I throw so much lettuce out, and that's terrible. You know, I just recognizing what it is that you actually eat versus throw out, and ordering in proportion to, you know, if you go to a restaurant, order in proportion to what you're actually going to eat, not what your eyes think. Like, ooh, that all looks so good, which I often fall into that trap. The individual also can advocate for policy. And in the US this year, voting is incredibly important. It always is. But there's local policy, local elections, as well as the national elections. So I am excited about the power of each one of us to do something that directly affects food and directly affects climate and can change our future. Even if you don't believe that you're going to reverse climate change, even if you put a spanner in it, or you just create more joy in your everyday life by addressing these issues, I'm all in.
Amazing. So if we want to find out more about Progressive Hedonist, how do we do that? Where do we go? And how can we join in?
I am so excited because I've launched a grassroots version of Progressive Hedonist, which means that if you follow Progressive Hedonist on Instagram and you DM me and you say, please send me the gathering guide. I want to invite people over, anywhere from 6 to 20 people. And I want to share one of these principles about what an individual can do about the eating locally, reducing waste, advocating for things you care about, and just enjoying this entire lifestyle. I will send you a gathering guide and I will support you through this process. I will send you recipes. I will cheer you on. I will pop in on video. So what you do, Jeremy, is so amazing because the scale is so huge. I'm trying to start these small little, I don't want to say fires because that's very negative, but a conflagration of hope and joy by starting these grassroots dinners all around the country. And you can also tune into Progressive Hedonist because today, in honor of World Food Day, I am launching a podcast. So you can listen to Progressive Hedonist anywhere that you can find podcasts.
Well, I was going to ask you about the podcast. What's the name of the podcast?
Surprisingly, Jeremy, it's called Progressive Hedonist.
Okay, so those two things, I thought for a moment that they were going to be sort of slightly different. The Progressive Hedonist is just amazing. And what a credible offer you're making to people that, they can chat with you, they can communicate with you, they can, get your wisdom and knowledge from all of the years of working with food. So I really hope people join in. It sounds just like an amazing, opportunity, and I'll certainly be doing that. But the podcast then, your sort of vision for the podcast is obviously to be talking about food and to be talking to very progressive hedonists. But tell me a little bit more about the kinds of things that we can anticipate hearing about.
The podcast has been so much fun because I am learning so much, which is another progressive hedonist principle. Like, we have to learn things. This climate and food is very complicated. There's nothing that's black and white aside from the fact we want to reverse climate change. But what are our everyday actions? Very, not so clear. So I'm interviewing experts that I admire, like Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson. She has a book just out that is brilliant. What if we get it right? ? Right? There are so many solutions. And so Ayanna's on the podcast talking about all the things that we really can do, which is right up your alley. You should talk to her. She inspired me so much. And Andrew Zimmern, who is a chef and a TV personality and has traveled the globe. So asking Andrew, what has he seen in his own life and what has he seen around the world, like with the fishers of Zambia? It's amazing to gather some of his knowledge. Dan Buettner with the Blue Zones. Now, he has a very interesting perspective about personal change. Can we change it all? He's not so sure. So I've also talked to people who, push back. He pushed back at me a little bit. He's like, you really think individuals can change? I think environment needs to change. So that's the type of thing that I'm really excited about. Talking to people who have strong opinions, who are deeply in this world of personal behavior and how we all as individuals can affect the climate.
Well, you've informed us today, you've inspired us, and also you've given us an engagement opportunity with progressive hedonists. So I hope people join in. Listen, the very best of luck with the podcast. We'll be listening, and thanks for all your support. Good luck with your amazing journey. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Dana Cohen, for your wonderful words. We are so honored to have you join us today for #World Food Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. There's still time and we have a great program coming up. Every view helps, and why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. For our next guest, we will be hearing from environmental educator, founder of Queer Brown Vegan, Isaias Hernandez. Isaias has built an impressive online brand through his incredible activism. Let's welcome the wonderful Isaias Hernandez.
Isaias, welcome to #World Food Day.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me again, Jeremy.
Okay, the first question I wanted to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Isaiah, and I'm an environmental media creator under the moniker Queer Brown Vegan. A little bit about myself is I'm trained as an environmental scientist and had this huge passion and curiosity for environmental education that eventually led me into providing education literacy for young people across digital media. And for me, food is very personal because that's really actually what got my curiosity for environmental education is the way that we grow our food and distribute it and also talk about it through a cultural lens.
Can I ask you, why is World Food Day so important to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's important to me because it's almost like the first like Earth Day, right? That was celebrated in the 1970s. So with World Food Day, I see it as an awareness for us to understand that we're still not meeting the needs for our global food insecurity, and that although we have much technologies, policies, methods to reduce food waste and to distribute it to communities, it's still not reaching everyone. And so for me, it's a reminder that innovation, inspiration, but also collaboration with policymakers, industries, creators, influencers, whatever you may call it, are still needing to approach this with multi-solutions versus just one lens of a solution that can provide the issue or provide the resolution for world hunger. It's multiple solutions that exist.
Isaiah, thank you. So the role of education, what role can it play in helping understand the critical role food plays in our lives and ultimately to creating a more sustainable and peaceful world?
I love this question so much because I think my inner education comes in and also my younger self comes in here, is that when you inform people about food systems, it helps them in different categories. One is through food security, right? So like education can help create food security by teaching students about food availability, access, utilization, and stability. And one great example of this is schools having gardens and feeding programs for their own students to introduce these types of concepts at a very young age. And then you have, food safety, right? Making sure that people know how to handle, store, and prepare food is something that's so important, where a lot of us often think that, what is delivered from our grocery is shelf life stable or needs to be refrigerated or frozen. How do we really adopt those methods to become more sustainable? But also, I would say, like, for me, it's like the advocacy, right? So when people are influenced or presented some type of information around food systems, it encourages them to become more advocates for a healthier food systems. And these types of systems and these individuals that are later influenced at a young age can go into food policies, sustainable agriculture, or like other community-led initiatives in their community. And I think the last pillar I always say is that it gets us to get systems thinking, right? Education can teach students to understand this large complexity around food systems, but also the ways in which we're all interconnected in order to understand like what are the science and policies that go into play in receiving our food and why it's critical to understand that, to understand the ways that the food system operates.
So to the individuals watching, what knowledge can you share with us that will help them on their journeys? A journey that's good for ourselves in terms of our health and nutrition, but also good for the planet.
Yeah, I would say that for any young person out there or a person just trying to learn more is really looking back at your kitchen, right? The kitchen is the most accessible place that all of us are known to or familiar to. But a large percentage of food waste is generated in our kitchen because of proper misstorage. So one of the things I try to tell people is the importance of fermentation and preserving. Fermentation is an ancient technique that's been used for decades. I mean, everyone should be learning more about fermentation as it's being lost, because that's something that, we are actually not understanding the ways in which we can save food. But then the second thing I would say is create initiatives to go urban foraging. A lot of people don't know this, but there's large amounts of edible fruits that are available in our neighborhoods. And if we're able to come together to create initiatives that redistribute the fruits that are in there, or even teaching young people to share fruit in their communities, it allows them to connect to ecological knowledge. And I think for me, foraging is one of those easy ways to get young people or like even kids inspired to learn about food systems. Because when you learn that, you know, in the UK, for example, during the months of, I believe, June or July, cherries are growing, you know, in the neighborhoods, and a lot of people don't know that they're edible. And so how do we really teach people about the importance of edible fruits around them and how they can actually contribute to redistributing that or giving to their own communities to teach that importance?
Okay, so where do we go? I mean, if I want to go foraging, I don't really know what I can eat and what I can't eat. Where's a place for us to go to understand what's safe and what isn't?
Yeah, absolutely. There is this favorite collective. It's called Fruity Walks, and it's basically a London community that goes around London and maps out areas that are edible fruits in which you can actually pick the fruit from to make sure that you're respecting everyone's like space. But also to like it, I would say to like asking your local Facebook groups is very ideal. A lot of people are always sharing plant urban foraging knowledge on there. And a lot of the times in different neighborhoods, you'd be surprised that people actually leave out fruit that was picked on their lawns or their front homes, and they leave it out in the front to say like take one or get free fruit. I think those are kind of like the most easiest ways to kind of adopt those practices into your lifestyle, and to just think about like even mapping your own places. Like if you go somewhere, remember that location where those cherries grew. And like, you know, I think for me, I try to really remember what areas and what season things grow, so then I know when they're available during that time.
That's amazing. Listen, you've learned so much about food. I mean, you have been kind of leading the way on manifesting, informing, inspiring, and engaging people around the world with your work. What's kind of one of the most important things that you'd like to share with us that you've learned that you sort of think about? I mean, I'm just share a wisdom with us before we go.
Yeah, I love this. I'm a huge history fan and enthusiast. I think when we learn about history, it informs us around food systems. So I use this really cultural example in the ways that I live, and the ways why I love foraging, specifically for mushrooms. So one fun fact is that when I was learning about food systems and what people would eat locally here in the States or in Latin America or different regions, I learned that Mexico, for example, where my parents are from, used to actually be a large fungivore population. So what that means is that people primary's diets was mainly mycelium. Not to say they ate it all, but it was mainly a large part of their diet. And so for me, I think when I was learning about the history and then asking my parents, specifically my grandparents, about, you know, what did they do to survive without a grocery market, because they didn't really grow with one, they would tell me foraging was one of the keys. And my grandmother actually was a huge forager. She knew how to find mushrooms and everything. And I never knew this until years later when I picked up foraging myself to kind of learn more about what does it mean to eat locally if I'm forced to eat locally and to source locally. And I remember like just like being able to forage so easily. And my parents were like, you know, your grandma used to forage like you. It's so weird that you picked it up without even like thinking or asking about us. And I felt like for me, that's really what continues to inspire me to be curious, is that like, it's not just trying to save the world from hunger, which is true, but it's also trying to reconnect my past self or my historical experiences with my ancestors. And I really feel like that's a cultural connection to me that I deeply care and want to continue having.
So your grandmother and that story that you've shared with us today is a real source of inspiration and kind of keeps you going.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the best way I honor her. And I think a lot of young people can also learn more about their cultural context from history and what informs their decisions to do things.
Yeah, that's a really lovely story to end on. And so before we go, though, we have to ask, so for people who'd love to find out more about you, where do they go for information?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can follow me at queerbrownvegan.com or any socials at queerbrownvegan, and feel free to connect with me on there. I have lots of educational resource on there for anyone that wants to learn about environmentalism.
Isaias, it's amazing to hear your story. Thank you for participating in #World Food Day, and we wish you the very best on your incredible journey. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much again, Jeremy.
Thank you so much, Isaiah Hernandez, for your thoughtful words. It is truly an honor to have your continued support. We wish you the very best in your future work. Our next guest is actually going to interview me. Rebecca Robbins herself is a founder and CEO, advisor, board trustee, and best-selling author. So, Rebecca, what's the first question you'd like to ask me?
Well, first of all, I am so thrilled to be here with you, and we're now unpacking your story. You're an inventor, TV presenter, sustainability game changer. So I don't know how much we're going to uncover in the next 10 minutes, but we're going to try. So first question is, I know quite a lot about you and your journey, but let's tell the world, how did this all begin? What motivated you? And where did it start on your big moment for you?
Well, I'm 23 years old, and I love two things. One of the things I really love is exploring the wilderness. That could be being outside, that could be kayaking to school, which I did sometimes, and that could be hiking. And then the other thing I love doing is inventing, building things, trying to solve problems with little machines I make. Something to notice, I like the process in both of these things. I feel like I'm driven by the process. So that led me into having a company where we remove microplastic particles from water, and then also studying chemistry. I do a master's in chemistry, and then also having my own TV show where we talk about sustainability, have loads of kids in the show who are all nerding out about their ideas, and ultimately we make the world a little bit of a better place.
Well, I love this because we talked about this earlier. You're such a deeply plural in terms of the
I love that term.
things.
I need to add that to my bio.
Hashtag plural. You are so hashtag plural. I love this. You're involved in so many things, but also in such a deep way. For example, the work that you're doing with Next Gen already. You're Next Gen yourself, but you're already inspiring the Next Gen coming up. But talk to us a little bit about some of the sources of inspiration along the way, because you said you're only 23, but already you've amassed so much and you've done so much. So where do you seek your inspiration?
Well, for me, I think actually being outside is the major inspiration giver for me. I think we cannot actually feel strongly about the environmental issues or even food issues or anything to do with the planet without actually experiencing our planet. So having this hunger to experience, if that is going to your local park, just being outside, that is a place where I get to recharge, but also feel inspired and energized to make change. And then also having some tools available to me to actually try and use that inspiration to do something also fuels it a bit more. So that could be my Lego box, that could be, some different materials in my lab. But ultimately, I am driven by being outside and just letting my mind roam and not being too boxed in.
I love that. Well, you've mentioned the hashtag Lego now, so we have to roll with that, which happened to be the very first brand I worked with.
Wow,
right?
That's cool.
But also a brand born in the Depression, which again, fun fact for the day. But I love that. That gets us into sort of creativity coming from constraint, which also really is a beautiful segue for us thinking about what is so important to you about World Food Day, and how does that matter to you, and how does that show up in your everyday?
Well, I think that there's a lot of things that we can do that are good for the environment, and a lot of things that people are telling us that we can do that are good for the environment. But I think one thing that a lot of people neglect is what we eat. I think perhaps the footprint that we create through the food that we eat and what we put into our body is a twofold one, which makes it unique. It's both acting on us and on other people. So I feel like we actually don't give this enough attention. What are the good things we put into our body? We can feel better if we know that the food we are putting into our body is good for the environment around it too. And that is something, at least for me, that I feel very strongly about. I don't eat meat, that's a personal choice. I'm not here to preach about that, but I feel like choosing wisely about what you want to eat is super important to me, and that's why I'm here on World Food Day.
Which is always about knowledge and education and passing that on. And I mean, we can absolutely, if you were here today, you could sense the energy. It is almost palpable talking to you, which I absolutely
I think that's
love.
also from you as well.
I love that. We're building it, right? Well, we have to quote the great Ursula Le Guin, who said, words are events, they do things and they change things. And in that spirit, there is real urgency. Perhaps there has never been more urgency around what we're talking about and why. So, how do you describe that urgency to you, and how can we pass that on to the audience today?
Well, I think what we need to remember is that there's always more people in the world. Every day or so, there's about 300,000 more people in the world. Mm-hmm. So that means that that's 300,000 more people to feed, that's 300,000 people to give more clothes to, and different things like this. So no matter how sustainable we are, that's still more materials we need to give. So we need to try and make those materials available to them. I think in a lot of cases, we do have sustainable choices for food. We do have nice alternatives of things that we can eat. And we also have the means to try and make our food a little bit safer. I, for one, work on microplastic pollution. Every week we consume about 5 grams of microplastic. That's like a credit card's worth of plastic. And that is something that really inherently worries me. So that's why I feel like actually looking at, for instance, organic farming actually reduces microplastics a lot. And you might think, why? Because they don't spread plastics on the field for non-organic food. But actually it's to do with that a lot of fertilizers and artificial things are stored in plastic products, which then are spread on the field. So it might be an indirect cause. But then reducing single-use packaging is another one, and that's inherently part of food. Almost 75% of food is packed in single-use packaging. So maybe today is a day to also think about the impact that the things surrounding food can have on the environment. And for me, just maybe looking at the things that you have in your daily life that have unnecessary plastic inside, and think about the food that you're buying and see if there's a way that you can just reduce the footprint created with that food.
I love this. Again, you are such a natural storyteller, and I think, Rebecca Solnit talks a lot about we've got a crisis in storytelling, and I love listening to you because there's always a new anecdote, something new you have to share. If there were one thing, and I love, by the way, the everyday contribution, because that is where the change making really, really happens. If there are one thing that everyone listening in right now could do, change making it in the everyday, that you would suggest to them, what would that be?
So I could now be preachy and tell you guys out there to stop buying plastic products or stop getting, I don't know, these different pieces of single-use plastic, but I think you already know that. So instead, I would like to say something that I said earlier, and that is go outside. It's the best thing you can do for the environment is go outside, because inevitably you're going to fall in love with the environment. And when you fall in love with the environment, that's the time when you really feel like you're part of it. And that's when, A, you're going to do better. You're going to try and do good for the environment yourself. And there's so many materials out there. I post a lot on my social media, but so many great people tell you how to do this. And then B, you're going to tell other people about it. And remember, we're doing storytelling here today, but telling that story, making people energized and enthusiastic about doing good for the environment, that's the most important bit.
I love that, going back to that great Ursula Le Guin quote as well. So you are a great change maker. You're doing so much for so many already, again, at 23. What can we all do to support you? And again, going back to your deeply plural self, you're involved in so many things. What are the, let's maybe choose 3.
Well, ways that you can support me, or at least stay in touch with me and see what I'm up to, is super simple. I'm on Instagram, Fionn Ferreira, that's my handle. But I also have kind of something slightly more secret, more exclusive, but not really exclusive because anybody can join. And that is actually my newsletter. I have a newsletter called Fionn's Green Journey where I just share things that are on my mind from the month. These could be like my sustainable innovations, my tips to people, or what it means to be a change maker. And in this newsletter, I just like to share that story. It's called Fionn's Green Journey. Link is in my bio of my Instagram. But then if people want to actually help me, you can also, of course, get involved with the different work I do. I remove microplastics from water. You can totally get involved with that either through a donation or just looking at different microplastic initiatives that we've kind of worked on and built with. Or, of course, just sharing this story with other people is a great way you can get involved.
I love that. And of course, as a note to everyone, Fionn speaks multiple languages, so you can also engage with him in many languages, which I love. We've learned that. So we have got just over 1.5 minutes left. I have one question, which is favorite inventor, from one inventor, the budding inventor, inspiring inventor that you are. Which inventors, scientists, and change makers have inspired you? And I know a few of the stories from the past couple of weeks where we've been chatting.
Well, for me, I think something that, and somebody that I'm really, really inspired by is Michael Faraday. If you don't know Michael Faraday, he was a scientist here in the UK. And he actually was somebody who basically helped invent the battery. But not only was he an inventor, he started from totally resourceful materials. So he built a lot of his equipment in his lab in an old train carriage because his family were actually working as train conductors. And he burnt up that carriage, the carriage exploded, so he was thrown out and he became an apprentice at the Royal Institution in London, where he started telling a lot of stories. So he was actually not hired as a scientist, but as a storyteller. And that was what started, what you probably know now as the Christmas lectures, and making the first one-way street in London to go up to that. So as a result, he became like the first science rock star as we know it, right? Doing experiments on stage. He also did some really kick-ass inventions. I mean, the battery, he found a lot of elements. And he's just inspired a whole generation of young people to get into science. I think the Christmas lectures are an amazing initiative, and for me, I think this combination, very, very plural, as you'd say it, #plural, I think is what makes me really admire.
I love that, and that is definitely the watchword of the day, plural. Fionn, you have put the spotlight on so many people today. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful to put the spotlight on you and shine a light on your luminous self. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, and now back to you.
Well, thank you for all those amazing questions. That was really fun. So let's carry on with the show. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now. We have a lot more in store for you, and every single view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information and information on upcoming experiences too. Next, we're pleased to introduce Anna Diogon, a translator, political scientist, and communicator, and we are grateful for her support here today. So, please join me in welcoming Anna Diogon to #World Food Day.
We are here with Anna Diogon. Thank you very much for your time, Anna. You have done a lot for the organizing local farmers movements in Europe. Do you want to share a little bit about who you are and your journey?
So I'm the co-founder and president of the Spanish Association of Regenerative Agriculture, and we actually call it Iberian because we work in Spain and Portugal. So for the last 15 years, we've been supporting farmers by bringing top training to them and supporting local agents of change, which are mainly farmers and the people who advise them, into more regenerative ways of growing food. And we've been doing those trainings, bringing these trainers, organizing lots of events, literally like almost 1,000 events over the last 15 years, bringing people together around the concept of food, how we can grow it more sustainably and just beyond sustainable, more regeneratively. And that has led to a whole movement that is really vibrant in Spain and Portugal, and connecting with other countries in Europe, and being part as well of the creation of a European Alliance of Regenerative Agriculture, which I'm very honored to serve from a role of community care and facilitation of internal processes. And that alliance is also taking the voice of these farmers from all these 20 different countries into Brussels, into decision-making spaces, into the corporate world as well, so that these voices are heard there too.
What triggered your passion? What started this movement? What was it that gave you the kind of conviction to go all in for this?
So I love nature since I was a little girl, thanks to my parents, and I always wanted to contribute. And I realized over time that actually the best way we can contribute is by changing the way we produce our food. And that means that we change the way we relate to nature and we nurture her and care for her. And also it changes the way we eat and makes it healthy. So my motivation is a holistic health of soil, plants, animals, people, and also emotional health, spiritual health, social community health. So all of that is what moves me.
And what are your main concerns right now? What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, are we doing enough fast enough? There is a growing movement of regenerative agriculture, and there's a growing concern in people, in society, about health and about better food. So this needs to connect much more and much faster on the one hand. And we have social networks and we have all these tools that we can use to do that. So people nowadays can actually find their local producers and find out more about how that food is produced, ask the right questions so that they can be buying stuff that's going to heal them and heal the planet at the same time. Now that all this work has been done, agro-industry comes in and says, oh, this is an interesting concept, regenerative agriculture, and it's got people excited. So they start to want to direct the narrative and basically do greenwashing, which is to say it's something, but then bring in business as usual behind that label. This is a concern because we could lose the depth of the real meaning of regenerative agriculture, which is about healing soil, plants, nature, and also society, and also economies, but for the people, for the benefit of the people. So the summary of regenerative agriculture is agriculture or farming for life, in favor of life. So we can't have companies who are selling the usual products that are actually biocides. We can't have them setting the narrative. So we need to recover, or we need to just keep hold of the word regenerative, because it does what it says on the box. It brings back to life soil, plants, society. So we need to really know that that's what it is and be able to educate the people.
And how do you do this through the work that you do?
So a couple of years ago, we decided to take the bull by the horns and have a whole process around Spain and Portugal with the main stakeholders and key actors in the pioneering movement of real regenerative agriculture in the hands of farmers. So we got all those stakeholders involved, with the farmers having the last word, and defined a set of criteria and a definition of what is regenerative agriculture for us in this part of the world. And this is a very high level criteria. It starts off by not using chemicals that kill life, and then it goes on to talk about animal husbandry and how to graze the animals on the land. It also talks about economy, about society, about health. So these principles have allowed us to create a map, which is on our website, where there's 80 farms already that practice these principles. And also we're now this year really working hard to visit all the regions in Spain and Portugal, visit candidate farms with technicians who can help them along the journey of learning, because regenerative is a journey. It's not a final state. It's not an end. It's a journey for your whole life. So wherever you are on that journey, you will do well better if you can connect with like-minded farmers. You can learn from each other. This is what we do, is help farmers learn from each other. They have the solutions. We just need to create the spaces and the places where they can come together and learn together. And so these tours, regional tours we're doing this year, are really an opportunity for farmers to get individual support from a specialist technician and the local community to come together around those farmers, to exchange where they're at, learn from each other, see what their needs are, how can we fulfill those needs, inviting local stakeholders that are perhaps politicians, agricultural schools, other stakeholders in the local ecosystem. And also we finalize it with a great meal with a fantastic chef from Cocina Regenerativa who works with those farmers and who makes that produce then be looking and tasting amazing on the plate. And we celebrate the work of these farmers and we thank them for their work by bringing everyone around the table for further discussion, which, as we know, around the table with a few wines, it's a wonderful way to create connection and just think and dream higher things. And that's how we bring together the people to just help and just support everyone in flourishing.
And surely not everyone can become a farmer, and you found your way to support farmers that are really making a difference. But what advice do you have to the general public? What can people do in their personal capacity, but also in their professional capacity? What can we do to support this transformative movement?
Well, in my case, I'm not a farmer. I'm a city girl, and so I'm an office person, you can see it in my hands. But I have a role to play to support farmers. And everyone, there's so many jobs that are needed to support this transition that anyone can find a job supporting. Rather than find a job, it's like create your own job. How can you support this transition into a healthy world? Whether it's on an emotional level, a spiritual level, a peace level, whatever it is that you can do towards that new world, that new paradigm we want to work towards, you can find your place, whatever it is that you do professionally. So that's one thing. If you want to dedicate yourself to this kind of thing, or some of your time, there's plenty that you can do professionally, or also as a volunteer supporting farms. And then one thing we all do every day is to eat. So it's about asking yourself the question, what am I eating and where's that coming from? So go and find your local farmers, find out about your local organic movement, ask them, and so how's your soil, and do you know about this, and have you heard about how to do this, and connect people with each other, and especially choose what you buy carefully. It's not about stopping eating meat. It's about eating less meat that's much better quality meat and that is being that it's being husbanded in such a way that it's actually improving nature. And you can do this. In fact, herbivores are part of the food chain, and they're an essential part because they're the ones that have legs, can eat vegetables, just grasses, and turn them into highly complex protein. So we need to understand that whole food chain from a nutritional point of view to understand that grass-fed, 100% grass-fed animals that are pastured on the land are 5 times healthier for you than anything else that you can eat, really. And the general food that people are finding in supermarkets is basically toxic. It's toxic for you and it's toxic for the system. So it's about thinking about, what do I want to do? Do I want to be toxic to myself and to the system, or do I want to do it differently? And the good news is you can. Nowadays, you really can. You can find that kind of food.
There's an interesting example with meat and omega-6, and there's some research coming out recently, which I thought was just really interesting. Do you want to share quickly about this?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. There's a study that has been done with meat produced in Spain and Portugal in 3 different ways. One is conventional, so using feed. The animals go out very little, if at all, and they're just fed with feed, which comes from conventional soy and from all kinds of other prime materials that in turn are deforesting in the Amazon. So there's a whole chain there of where that feed is coming from, and that feed comes to the animal and it eats it. So these animals, conventionally fed, let's say, compared to organically fed animals, where they may be getting some straw, some grass, some feed, and whatever feed they're getting, it's organic. So it hasn't been produced with chemicals or GMs, etc. So it's already not toxic. And then compared to 100% grass-fed, pastured beef. So in those 3 cases, what has resulted is that the ratio of omega-6, omega-3 is established by the UN as the healthy ratio is 4.5 or less. So conventional is at 12, 11, 13. So 3 times what it should be, that ratio. Whereas organic is at 8, 9. It's better, but it's still double. Why? Because the animals are eating feed. And herbivores are not made to eat feed, they're made to eat grass. So when you compare it to the 100% grass-fed, these animals are at 2. 1.8, 2.1. So double better than what the UN says or the FAO says, which basically summarizes into grass-fed, pastured meat is 5 times better for your health than the conventional meat that you find in supermarkets. And that's where our personal health comes from. And when you have better personal health, you can then, your mind will work better, you can flourish better in the world. So it really is revolutionary to eat healthy food. It's not just about you, it's about what you can then contribute to your family and to the world.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Anna. That is so interesting to learn, and I'm sure more and more of this research is going to come out that will help us educate ourselves on our choices that we make, breakfast, lunch, dinner, every day. The choices that you make in these moments make all the difference. And thank you so much for working tirelessly to help us all understand this ecosystem better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Diogon, for that incredible interview and for sharing your thoughts on community-driven sustainable agriculture. We wish you the very best in your future work. And for our next interview, I am delighted to introduce our speaker, co-founder and director of True Price and Impact Institute, Michael Schulte. We are honored to have his support. Let's hear from the amazing Michelle now.
Oh, Michael, there you are. It's so fabulous to see you. We are thrilled to have you today. Thank you so much. We know how much you have going on, so it's a pleasure to see you. And we'd love, really, we know so much about your journey, but can you unpack some of that with our audience today? Tell us about your motivations, what you're doing, and what got you there.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Peace One Day, for this amazing occasion. And it's a real pleasure to sit in front of you today. So I'm the co-founder of True Price, and what we aim for with True Price is basically to show the social and environmental hidden costs that we cause with everything we make and buy. And sadly, it is currently, when you have a price, not visible what the actual invoice for nature is. For example, due to climate change that is caused through carbon emissions, or the costs due to biodiversity loss, or on the social side, the costs due to under-earning or underpayment to farmers or food processors. And what we basically try to do is making this visible, what is actually the true costs on the level of a price. So you end up with a true price. We add that to the retail price. And with that, we believe you have transparency, because then you can compare what is actually a product that is truly better, not just on the price, but also with the true price. You can use that for voluntary payments. And finally, you can use that for transformation. So you can really make a rational plan for improvement. We have been in this endeavor for over a decade now, and we are glad to say that we have more than 100 partners around the world. We have supermarkets, we have dozens of purchase points. And when we introduced this in the supermarket in Amsterdam, we have a nice supermarket. Instead of reducing the demand for products, we saw an increase of 5% of the revenue, because shoppers apparently like this idea. We also got a budget, 50,000 euros, that was harnessed through all the voluntary contributions by those people buying their produce in that store, that we can now use to regenerate the agriculture value chains, for example, by cleaning water, making the soil stronger, paying farmers in tropical value chains, for example, bananas, a bit more. And yeah, this is really something that we are trying to scale up now.
And I love that. Such a beautiful example of how you're taking something from the transactional to the transformational. And with that in mind, there is so much urgency. There is real urgency now as never before to act on this. Talk to us really about how you see that. What are the most urgent and pressing issues that we really need to be thinking about from your perspective?
Well, obviously, the societal challenges in itself are the most pressing. And I cannot walk away from the fact that we have a total potential extinction of species, and there's lots of trouble being shared already. So let's park that for a bit. Also on the social side, challenges with enforced labor or forced labor, child labor, all sorts of things that we do not want, that are not in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. But obviously, what I consider the kind of necessary condition for improving that is that we actually consider the true price of stuff that we buy, that we make. If we do not and this is, I would say, the certified elephant in the room, if we do not just address that, we simply won't get there. It's simply always cheaper to pollute, to exploit, than to do that in the first place. So yeah, if I would have to choose what is the biggest problem, I would say that we don't have a true price right now.
I think these problems can often feel so enormous, so overwhelming, and that sense of what agency do we really have? It can feel quite other and abstract, right? So with that in mind, how can we really make it as easy and accessible for people to really lean in and be part of the solution? Because it's 2024, we all have to be part of the solution in every sense of that word. Can you give us a couple of examples that really make that easier for everyone to engage and to be part of the solution that we need?
Absolutely. So what we did in the supermarket in Amsterdam, which was actually very tangible and concrete, there's 5,000 shoppers there doing their day-to-day groceries. And for them, it's super concrete, and they can, with their day-to-day expenditures, now can contribute to a more sustainable value chain. But we actually also introduced that in the largest Dutch retailer, Albert Heijn, in 3 locations with the to-go coffee. And we showed that on the level of a cup of coffee that you buy at the to-go location, there is that retails for €2. There is an additional 20 to 25 cents that you need to pay, depending on whether it's black coffee, whether that is only 7 cents with a true cost gap due to exploitation of farmers from, amongst others, Ethiopia and Brazil. If you take a cappuccino, which involves milk, cow's milk from Germany and from the Netherlands, you would have to pay 20 cents more. And if you have a oat milk, that is slightly less. So you only have 15 cents more to that coffee. And that really showed very transparently how choices that you can make actually affect the societal outcomes as well. So incorporating these environmental costs. And it's better to have oat milk than to have cow milk, for example. And if you buy a cow milk product, that actual payment can be used for remediations. Now we saw there was a mandatory choice. So it wasn't a default price, the true price, but it was optional for the shoppers. They could choose whether to pay it or not, and they had to choose. And we saw an actual 20%, and it actually kind of lowered a bit to 15% voluntary contribution in that real shopping context. So that was another tangible possibility for shoppers to buy a coffee with a true price. The surplus was used to support projects with Rainforest Alliance in East Africa, and also that supermarket itself added to that fund for kind of restoring the damage done in these value chains. Now, final example, this methodology was also scaled up to it's a price fighter, so they say. It's kind of retail, the largest retailer, Rewe Group, the penny supermarket, that's really not known for its, kind of sustainability potential, but really to be affordable. And on 2,150 locations in Germany, there was I think it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks long experiment where for large meat and dairy categories, such as mozzarella or milk or certain meat, they also introduced the true cost. And what you see was a stark decrease of purchase of meat. You saw a slight increase of meat alternatives, so let's say plant-based proteins. And you saw also a decrease of organic meat, but that decrease was less. And again, that was very much in line with how behavior of people buying food was actually, changed, altered through this transparency. And what was a final very interesting observation was that there was more than 300,000 euros harnessed for conservation projects to make the landscapes that were kind of damaged through the, for example, nitrogen that was creating monoculture. There was a budget for conserving nature around those farms. So these are just concrete examples where shoppers can actually use true pricing, and it gives a very tangible and concrete action possibility for both the supermarkets as well as shoppers.
They're two fantastic examples. Thank you so much, Mikhail. Next time we do this with you, we're definitely having the data viz rolling, because you are great on the data viz. We loved all the hand gesticulations. That was brilliant. So we have about 45 seconds left. In that time, final call to action to you is, there is so much good work that you're doing. How can we lean in? What can we do to help?
Well, the True Price movement wants to be accessible for any organization. So you can find on trueprice.org the open access method, where you can find value factors that you can incorporate easily into calculations. You can become a partner in the global partnership, and we can then use this movement to really also start challenging policymakers to make more healthy, more sustainable food more affordable and more accessible.
That's fantastic. Oh, Mikhail, it was such a pleasure talking with you today. We've learned so much in such a short space of time. Huge thank you to you, and look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so much.
And back to you, Fionn.
Thank you, Mikhail, for sharing your fascinating words. We are so honored to have you just join us here at World Food Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every single view helps us, and why not register on peaceoneday.org. I've said this a lot of times today, and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. I am honored to introduce the remarkable Assistant Executive Director for Program Operations at the World Food Programme, Valerie Guarneri. Let's hear from the incredible Valerie now.
Welcome, Valerie, to hashtag World Food Day.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm delighted to be here.
So, Valerie, could you tell us about yourself and your career?
Well, I have been working in this humanitarian field for more than 3 decades now. I started out in the US government working on humanitarian assistance from a bilateral perspective, providing aid to countries around the world. And then for these past 2+ decades, I've been at the World Food Program, where I've had the opportunity to lead some of our country operations in Zimbabwe, in the Philippines. I've run an active, busy region in East Africa, covering such contexts as South Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, others. And I'm here now at the global level, working in Rome, Italy, our headquarters, where I have the great honor to run our analytics work, our programming work, and our supply chain operations. So basically the why, what, and how of WFP's work around the world.
Wow, absolutely incredible, Valerie. So for those who perhaps aren't aware of the work, and what does WFP actually do, and what is your number one goal?
Well, we have been in business since 1961, and our effort is really to put ourselves out of business by ending global hunger. Unfortunately, the needs are on the rise in these past years, and we basically work around the world to assess needs, determine who is most vulnerable to hunger, and then deliver programs and support nations to address hunger. That means both meeting needs in emergency, food and nutrition needs, delivering food and cash assistance, but it also means working to reduce needs by investing in resilience, supporting school meals, and fundamentally helping communities to become more self-reliant and to feed themselves. We talk about saving lives and changing lives, and that is what WFP brings to the table as part of the goal to end global hunger.
So what is the biggest challenge that WFP is facing to tackle world hunger?
Well, what we're finding is that the work that we're facing around the world, needs are growing, and they're growing because of increasing or protracted conflict situations. They're growing because of the climate crisis, and they're growing because of economic shock waves that are affecting communities and people in the countries where we work. So really mobilizing the attention and support to address these needs is the biggest challenge that we have in a situation where needs are growing, but the resources are not keeping pace. We're a voluntarily funded organization, so we go out to donors, government donors, to the private sector, even to individuals, to mobilize the resources that we need to deliver the assistance that we're looking to deliver. And we work with partners to deliver this work. We work with more than 800 non-governmental organizations to provide assistance around the world. We work across the UN family to do this as well. And where we often deliver our programs directly, we also look to strengthen national systems that help enable and support populations. So really addressing this, wealth of needs in a situation where needs are growing and resources are not keeping pace is the key challenge that we're facing.
Yeah, that's a big challenge. So could you tell us something about WFP that people might not expect?
Well, I think people know WFP as an organization that is responding in emergencies. We're the largest humanitarian organization in the world on the front lines of fighting global hunger. But what they don't know is that we spend more than $1.2 billion actually purchasing food in the very countries and contexts where we are working, because often surpluses and deficits exist in quite close proximity to each other. Now, when we do this, when we buy food locally, as we try to do, we have a real opportunity to be also investing in those economies in a way that helps also lift small farmers, other people involved in the value chain up, helps lift them up, and helps sort of grow their incomes and their support. And that in and of itself is key to ending global hunger. So our programs very much aim to be supplied as locally as possible and to get that economic dividend of also investing in the market. But we seek to bring that same approach to the national systems that we support. And here, what I'm most excited about is the work that we're doing on school meals. School meals are the largest national safety net. Through work that we have been catalyzing with the School Meals Coalition, we've been able to get more than 100 governments to make commitments to expand their national school meals programs, and where possible to supply or source those programs locally. And that gives a huge opportunity to ensure that children get the food that they need in school, nutritious food that helps them learn, that helps them grow, that helps them be more productive. It gives the opportunity to be investing in those communities where those children live. And by focusing on the demand side of national school meals and sourcing that food locally, there's an opportunity also to invest in those food systems to make them more productive, more sustainable. A focus on drought-resistant crops, for instance, is key. By sourcing food closer to the schools, we're also dealing with shorter supply chains, and so that has a climate impact. It has an economic impact on the community as well. And it's a forum through which governments can drive some of the food system transformations that they are trying to drive as well by intervening at both the supply and the demand level. So this is an area of WFP's work that I am particularly excited about, and the ability to connect that investment in food systems transformation with healthy meals for school children is really a win-win-win for all concerned.
It's absolutely incredible, Valerie. And we all wish you the very best with that amazing work across the entire world. So how can people watching today support the World Food Programme?
Well, one very clear way where people can support the World Food Programme is through the Share the Meal app, and you can access that through sharethemeal.org. It's our online platform where individuals can connect with our mission and contribute towards ending global hunger. And that's something that we're really excited about, is really mobilizing the attention and support of people, particularly youth, towards ending global hunger. So I encourage everybody to tap into the Share the Meal app. I also really encourage everybody to connect with hunger in their own communities, because we have hungry populations all over the world. When you connect with the problem locally, that can be the pathway to also connecting with these issues globally. So really, start local, go global. Together we can end global hunger.
Valerie, we wish you the very best on your incredible journey and the amazing work that WFP does all over the world. I've seen it firsthand and it's inspirational. So the very best of luck on this wonderful day, World Food Day. Take care.
Thank you so much, Jeremy.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Valerie Guarneri, for telling us about the wonderful work of the WFP. We are so grateful for your support and we wish you the best in your future work. Thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure to be your host today. Thank you very much, and I am looking forward to working with Peace One Day again in the very near future. Now, let's go over to the founder of Peace One Day, and I feel like my partner in crime here today, keeping me alive here on set the whole day, producer, director of today's broadcast, Jeremy Gilly.
Thank you, Fionn. Thank you so much. You've been the most incredible host for hashtag World Food Day. We're very lucky that you were able to do today, and it's much appreciated. And I know that you know that, but thank you seriously,
Thank
Fionn.
you.
Okay, so we've come to the end of hashtag World Food Day 2024. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It has once again been such an honor to produce this broadcast. Big thank you to Fionn and, of course, Rebecca and all of the participants in today's show. And, of course, the Peace One Day A-team. We'd also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our amazing sponsors, Lamb Weston, Summa Equity and Unilever, for making this event possible, and to our partner, Juntos Abisa. But most importantly, thank you once again to all of you who have watched today's broadcast. There is 1.5 million people tuning in, and that is the greatest amount of people we've ever seen in Peace One Day's history. So thank you to everybody for that support. Please also tell everybody that you can about the broadcast, and you can watch all the films from today on our website or through social media in the coming days. By supporting and sharing these important messages we've heard, we are one step closer to a more peaceful and sustainable world. We would love you to follow us on Peace One Day's social media platforms. It means a great deal to have your support. Please also visit and register at peaceoneday.org and keep up to date with all the latest information and our events. Our next broadcast is on the 25th of November, the day for the elimination of violence against women. We hope to see you there for another important, impactful event. From myself and Fionn, it's goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.